Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
This is what you see is what is to come. It's the first time you see the Space Center Wellness Center. These systems can reach man in the deepest part of the universe. As you can see, the transmutation and transportation of the soul and the physicality is within the system. And you will see each system on its own. It can reach all conditions of unwellness of the body of the man operated by doctors. It is part of the space program. And for the first time, we show what is to come. And these machines have been operating for past 12 months. We know how they work. And some of you who've been to LINS sat in some of these systems. Now they've been positioned as one of the first wellness centers in the world. Now you see the future of wellness, feeding and making peaceful man out of the man. In this center in coming months, hundreds of these units will be installed. And more or less anyone in the world can reach. As you can see, there is room enough to add huge number, and the doctors will monitor everything remote. This is more or less the hospitals of tomorrow with no patients.
And we welcome you back to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for February 18th, 2024. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skoric and each and every other person who's here in the dimension of physicality or in the dimension of energy. Very exciting. When I heard Diane's voice, and we welcome you back, Diane, I really sort of broke up there for a moment, sort of had to clear my eyes and my nose and so on and so forth. You touched something there. And of course, that's a story in itself, which we're going to let Diane tell on her own. And I'm sure she's going to have much to share when she gets her voice fully back. But we did hear that beautiful voice from that beautiful soul. And again, we give from our souls to each and every person here, and not only here, but across this planet, and not only across this planet, but across the universe. And this is part of our work we'll be doing in the future time. We're starting now. It's a simple start, but we're growing, each according to their strength and each according to their understanding of this technology. We will be covering some clips from the 525. I'd like to continue to cover China's white paper today. We'll be doing a Dome of Peace, and Trevor has found a beautiful little clip which we're going to play before we take our 5 minutes of silence. I think it's very instrumental for all of us. We put it into the Telegram early. But let's start out with the World Peace Treaty as we normally do, because we are here for peace. Mr. Keshe is tenacious to achieve that peace. But again, that's just another step in the many, many steps that are coming into our existence. So this is the World Peace Treaty. I don't know if anyone would like to read it. If so, open your mic and you can read the World Peace Treaty. It's a very simple document. You can find it on the Keshe Foundation website. And of course, it's between you and your soul, finding peace within yourself, finding peace within your environment, your general environment, and then finding peace in the universe or with the universal community. The World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, whether it's for your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, a body, or a soul. Simply put your name, your signature, date, position, and again, on behalf of, is it your nation, territory, council, religion, city, town, or as an individual? Have it witnessed, and after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. So these can be handed out. These can be shared by email or whatever way you'd like, but also you can share this just by being a peaceful person yourself. And that's what it's all about. And I think it's only you who can find that inner peace or balance within yourself between the soul of physicality and the soul of the man. And this is the part, I think, where we talk about the lion and the lamb eating and sleeping in the same nest. And this is what it is. There are more than two souls, but basically the two major energies that we're trying to bring together and work together and coexist together as almost a single unit. But again, we're just exploring this. We're just getting into understanding, even though Mr. Keshe has already been teaching about it for quite some time. As he said in this workshop, he hasn't even begun to teach yet. And we've heard this in the past. And of course, on our side, we haven't even begun to stand up in this knowledge. So we're still kind of crawling on all fours, if you want to use that as a metaphor, because this knowledge is so deep and the steps are thousands of them in this knowledge of the universe. But as we indicate, we're all growing at different strengths and different understandings into this knowledge. And there are no rules in the world of creation. So wherever you are is a perfect place to be in as you continue to grow and elevate. So this is the World Peace Treaty. This is the exact document that the world leaders will sign, the religious leaders will sign, and many, many others will sign. And as we hear, you don't have to sign it with a pen. You can sign it with the pen of your soul, because I'm sure once you go out into the universe, you'll never see anything written but the balance of the fields of the soul of the existence. So thank you for listening to that. One of the things we've been doing is covering the China's paper on a shared future, a collaborative shared future among nation states for a win-win dialogue, a framework, elevation of physicality by bringing certain projects, physical projects of great importance to many countries, perhaps for water development and control, farming, bridges, many other schools, all-weather roads, hospitals, and of course, that is all part of an employment, where we know that many countries are in the 40, 50, 60% unemployment. And I think people want something to do, and especially if they're building something for their nation or for a collaboration with other nations, it's quite exciting rather than to live in the doldrums of just farming a few potatoes every day and eking out a meager or less than meager existence on this planet. So we've made it up to this far. We'll watch a short video. Hopefully I clipped it out properly. I tried to clip out a couple of the ads. But we continue on with this white paper, which was released in September of 23. And of course, it's giving an alternative to the war and the clash of civilizations that we see on this planet. And a lot of this has to do with material resources, where certain countries are after other countries' resources. They don't always put that front and center. They usually say that the leader is off, or they're hurting their own people, or they're not have a democracy. We want to bring democracy. But these are basically covers for the raw material accessing. But now we know through the Keshe systems, or the material enhancement systems, that any materials can be made on this planet out of the fields. So what are we fighting for? And of course, hopefully we'll see more of this technology demonstrated in Sanya, demonstrated in Isfahan in Iran, and also in Washington, D.C., as this show, in a way, is taken on the road in the coming parts of 2024. So we're going to just read one of these sections here, and we'll then look at a little bit of a video. China's major propositions on political settlement of the Ukraine crisis. And of course, we've had to watch this in action for the last many, many months. And as we can see, there's really, it appears there's no end to it. One side seems to want to negotiate, and the other side, there'll be no negotiation. So it's a continuing, again, of what we've seen. And of course, we know on this planet in the last 3,000 years, there's been 5,000 wars. So stopping one war, stopping another war, until we elevate the soul of the man, even with giving them the advanced technology, without the elevation of the soul of the man, within 1 or 2 generations, we'll go right back to our same pattern of killing and eating each other. China's major propositions on political settlement of the Ukraine crisis. 4 key principles. The sovereignty and territorial integrity of all countries should be upheld. The purposes and principles of the UN Charter should be observed. The legitimate security concerns of all parties should be taken seriously. All efforts conducive to the peaceful settlement of the crisis should be supported. 4 things that the international community should do together. The international community should jointly support all efforts to peacefully settle the Ukraine crisis. call on the parties concerned to stay rational, exercise restraint, and conduct direct engagement as quickly as possible and create conditions for the resumption of negotiations. The international community should jointly oppose the threat or use of nuclear weapons and advocate that nuclear weapons must not be used and nuclear wars must not be fought to avoid a nuclear crisis on the Eurasian continent. The international community should jointly work to keep global industrial and supply chains stable and prevent disruptions to international cooperation in energy, food, and finance that could undermine the global economic recovery, especially the economic and financial stability of developing countries. The international community should jointly provide winter relief to civilians in conflict zones and improve humanitarian conditions with a view to preventing a humanitarian crisis on a larger scale. 3 observations. Conflict and wars produce no winner. There is no simple solution to a complex issue. Confrontation between major countries must be avoided. We'll continue to the next section here. Through the Global Civilization Initiative, China calls for jointly advocating respect for the diversity of civilizations, jointly advocating the common values of humanity, jointly advocating the importance of continuity and evolution of civilizations, and jointly advocating closer international people-to-people exchanges and cooperation. The Global Civilization Initiative makes a sincere call for the world to enhance inter-civilization exchanges and dialogue and promote human progress with inclusiveness and mutual learning, inspiring the building of a global community of shared future. China has hosted gatherings, including the CPC in dialogue with World Political Parties high-level meeting, the CPC and World Political Party Summit, and the Conference on Dialogue of Asian Civilizations. It has engaged in extensive bilateral and multilateral activities for political party exchanges and cooperation, and promoted diverse forms of civil diplomacy, city diplomacy, and public diplomacy. China has continued to deepen cooperation with the UN Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organizations UNESCO and the UN World Tourism Organization. It now has 43 items inscribed on the Intangible Cultural Heritage lists of UNESCO. China has celebrated over 30 large-scale cultural and tourist years festival, such as the China-Italy Year of Culture and Tourism, the China-Greece Year of Culture and Tourism, and the China-Spain Year of Cultural and Tourism. It has promoted the steady development of 16 multilateral exchanges and cooperation mechanisms, such as the meeting of the BRICS Ministers of Culture, as well as 25 bilateral cooperation mechanisms. It regularly hosts cultural activities at home, such as the Arabic Arts Festival and the Meet in Beijing International Arts Festival, and has held Happy Spring Festival celebrations outside China for more than 20 years in a row. It hosted approximately 2,000 events across over 130 countries in 2017, and has organized activities around the world under such brands as Tea for Harmony, Gaji Cultural Salon. It has advanced cultural and tourism exchanges under the Belt and Road Initiative, carried out the Cultural Silk Road program, and established the Silk Road International Theater, Museum, Art Festival, Library, and Art Museum Alliances. it has also established approximately 3,000 pairs of sister cities or provinces with various countries and launched the Ni Hao China Inbound Tourism Promotion Program. And perhaps we will leave it there unless someone would like to continue reading. I don't know if that's large enough, but if you'd like, you're welcome to join me in this. And again, we're not saying China is perfect or that China has all the answers. I think Mr. Keshe went into some detail in this workshop, how they still have many issues to overcome, especially in the area of stealing technology. At one point, Mr. Keshe mentioned that Bill Gates would have been a trillionaire, the richest man in the world, but China had stolen much of the technology, I guess, that he stole initially, as the rumors go, but they didn't give a dime for it. So they have this tendency to think stealing is their right, and apparently it's happened in a way with the Keshe Foundation. But as Mr. Keshe said, what they've stolen comes with no blessing. And it's almost like stealing a dog that only has one leg. It's missing 3 legs. So they probably don't fully understand what they have, and it wasn't part of the agreement, but this will be dealt with as a type of punishment. But again, it's not the punishment as we think of hurting or putting someone in jail or suing someone like that. It's allowing the Keshe Foundation to actually open up the technology to more, that China will get the understanding that they are not the exclusive ones to open up this technology. But this had to happen, and as we know, the bad is used to create the good. And we'll hear more about that in this workshop, and it'll be dealt with. But unfortunately, it wasn't part of the agreement to steal technology and to show it in the public domain. But it has happened. I think it is on TikTok. Someone else had told me they'd seen it already on TikTok, and that's what was referred to in the workshop, that it was on some of the social medias now, and it's some sort of a shielding or an energy shield. But again, they probably don't have the full understanding, and it comes with no blessing. Now, let's go and see some of the other things about China, if we can. I know I've just cut something out here, and hopefully I still have it. Okay, here it is. Let's see if we can just watch this. And again, we're not saying any nation is perfect, but China has done quite a lot for their population. I know they have quite a large population, but they've brought out hundreds of millions of people out of poverty into really more of a human existence. They still have a lot of work to do. As Mr. Keshe said, President Xi has gone on an anti-corruption campaign for the last 10 years, and corruption is quite endemic within China, from the street sweeper up to the politician. But apparently the penalties for corruption are rather strong and rather swift in that nation. I don't know if that's the correct way to go about it, but that's the way they've proceeded with it. But anyway, let's just take a quick look at this 7-minute video, more about China. And again, a lot of our perceptions in the West have been tainted, or because I keep hearing that the United States wants to actually have a war with China. I mean, we've been at this for much, much too long. We need to go the other way into the peace and development area, and collaboration and cooperation. So let's just see if we can watch this.
Why are Americans so mad at China? I know why. Now, I get a lot of hate comments on my videos from Americans and some Europeans because I show the truth about China, you know. I show them what China is actually like, and for most of these Americans, it's quite confusing for them because all they know about China is from Western media that paints this negative picture of China and spreads lies upon lies about China. I mean, we all know about BBC's grey filter that they like to use when showing China. They even did it to me when they wrote an article about me. They made the trees grey behind me. Can you even believe that? And then when I called them out on it, they sneakily went back to the article and changed the picture to the original. Anyway, you can check out that full story in this video. So, as I was saying, that's all they know, this negative image of China that's been shown to them every day on Western media. They've never been to China and they don't plan to. So their opinion on China is not going to change. And that's okay, you know, that's your opinion. You're entitled to your opinion. Nobody cares about your opinion. If you have no experience and are ill-informed, then who cares? You know, opinions are like assholes. Everyone's got one. I've been to America, Europe, the UK. I'm from the UK. I've seen the West with my own eyes. I've seen China with my own eyes too. It's uncomparable. New York subway. It's filthy, dirty, covered with rats, homeless people, criminals, people who push you onto the tracks, no barriers on the platform. China's subway system in Shanghai, Beijing, Guangzhou, Chengdu, Shenzhen, Tianjin, Chongqing are far superior to anything America has, or the UK has, or Europe. And not only in these top-tier cities, but in many other cities throughout China as well, in Wuhan, Hangzhou, Guiyang, Changsha, Harbin, Xi'an, Zhengzhou, Nanjing, Shenyang, Suzhou, Foshan, just to name a few. I mean, how can you argue with that? I'm not making it up. Go and see for yourself. Go and see China with your own eyes. The US just doesn't have a very good public transport, and that's the truth. And sometimes the truth hurts. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear that China is better than them. That's all it is, really. It's the same with the homelessness problem. Many cities throughout America are teeming with homeless people. Go to a city in China, big or small, go to rural areas or wherever you want to go, you won't find any, or it will be very, very, very difficult to find any. America's homelessness problem is out of control. They also have homeless war veterans. War veterans, can you believe that? Can you imagine fighting for your country and then they leave you homeless on the streets? That's what America does to its own citizens who fought for their country. Can you believe that? Safety. In America, in Europe, you can't just walk around at night and feel safe. For example, I recently went back to the UK, and in my own hometown of Sheffield, which is supposedly considered one of the safest cities in the UK, there was a stabbing inside a shopping mall, inside Meadowhall Shopping Centre, the day before I went there. I mean, I don't want to be walking around in a shopping mall with my family and worrying about crime or my own family's safety. I mean, it's worse in America. How many shootings do you hear about in shopping malls? It's insane. Don't even think about anything like that happening in China. Uncomparable. In China, you can walk about on the streets anytime, 8 p.m., 10 p.m., 3 a.m., completely safe if you're a man or a woman. So many foreigners, when they first come to China, that's one of the first things that they notice. Safety in China is it's on another level. It's uncomparable to the West. Look, don't get me wrong, China's not perfect, but they're trying to improve themselves every day, learn and work together with countries from around the world in a peaceful manner and building a brighter future together with other countries, like the Belt and Road Initiative, for example. What's America doing for the world? Bombs, bombs, and oh, there's one more thing. Oh yeah, more bombs. Funding wars, supplying weapons. Meanwhile, their own people are homeless with a crumbling infrastructure. That's America for you. Just look at where America spends most of their money, and then take a look at where China spends most of their money. And there you will find your answer. One country is rising, the other is falling. It's simple, you know, most Americans are mad at China because China is doing better than them. It's hard to take, you know, the truth hurts. Most Americans are jealous of what China has managed to do. That's it, really. It's not all Americans. Some are waking up and seeing the real China and seeing the truth. Look, I don't hate America. I don't hate any country. I love Trump. Bring back Trump. Bring back Trump. He's gonna win, by the way. I don't hate any country. I want the whole world to succeed together. I'm just observing what I see. I'm telling you how it is. Don't shoot the messenger. I've also left links in the top comment of channels in which you can find out about the real China. So make sure you go and check them out. Anyway, that is the end of this video. So I'm signing off. Signing off.
And of course, Mr. Keshe confirmed this to us on a number of occasions in a number of different workshops where he was quite embarrassed when he went to the Forbidden City and he saw some girl with her backpack unzipped and her laptop hanging out. And he said, "You better zip that up." And she said, "No, we're safe here. No one will steal." And so the car accidents are very few, as this gentleman indicated, the homeless. And again, we're not against America, but when you spend much of your money on war and destruction, and you let your infrastructure get older and older, bridges and trains and the rest of it, you can see that there is a marked difference between the development in China and where we have sort of gone wrong into this continual war footing. And it's cost our infrastructure quite heavily. We haven't seen the high-speed rails, which we should have seen 20 years ago. And again, this creates many jobs, high-paying jobs, refurbishing the bridges, rebuilding the bridges. And this would be a great way to collaborate with China, as opposed to a few people who have their eyes and their sights on China for another war. So we don't want to go this way. We want America to elevate, and hopefully just seeing some of these beauties in China and what could be here and in every other nation on this planet, we can move in a totally different direction than death and destruction. So we just ask our leaders and we touch their souls and ask them to, again, move in a peaceful direction, collaboration, cooperation, and working together in this win-win sort of proposal. Everything won't be perfect, but we can certainly do better than we're doing today. And again, Mr. Keshe said that China has some issues on this stealing technology from Bill Gates up to the Keshe Foundation. They think it's their right to steal, but apparently they're going to be punished in a way, but not the way we think of punishment. I was giving the example, it's almost like, and Mr. Keshe gave a good example as well in the workshop, but running a long marathon and at the end of the marathon looking for water, the water is there on the table, but you're not allowed to touch it. So it will be the same thing. Mr. Keshe gave that about the sugar, where he kind of liked a lot of sugar from 5 in the morning till 12 at night. It was, I guess he really took in a lot of energy, but there came a problem that he got hurt in soccer, and then he had to sort of refrain for 90 days. Otherwise, he might have faced an amputation. So it's very similar here with China and the rest. And I think we'll see that what sometimes you think you've stolen a lot, you've only stolen the crumbs, as was indicated, I think, in the workshop. So they think they hit a grand slam, but actually it was only a bunt, as they say in baseball. Okay, where shall we go next? Shall we go into the workshop? Does anyone want to make any comments? This workshop was, again, quite impressive, as they all are. Needs to be explored for weeks and months and years and probably centuries into the future. But he talked about needing to understand the different dimensions of connections in the universe and being able to work with the carbon-60, the carbon-14, the carbon-4, the carbon-17, the carbon-28, and the rest of this. He gave the beautiful example of a woman arriving, but if you don't know how to transmute the amino acids, you may arrive in your birthday suit. Or if you had a bag and it had an apple, you obviously you took it in for insurance in case you were hungry, and you don't know how to transmute that apple, the amino acids of it, again, you may end up in your birthday suit and hungry. And that's quite embarrassing. So there's still a lot to learn. But at the same time, he said many of these issues are settled already within our systems. So again, if you go into a vertical unit in Beijing and you have another vertical unit in New York, you'll probably have a quite safe journey. Doing it on your own and understanding every aspect of it may take some time. As he indicated, there's an art to this. This is a real art form to be able to go to places outside of this planet where there's not the carbon or other things that you may be expecting, and being able to manifest amino acids and then, of course, into an entire entity. But these things have to be taught. We have to learn them. And again, before you do the transmutation on your own, you're going to probably have to know this knowledge backward and forward. But using the systems, if they put systems in airports and other things in lieu of jetliners, I think everyone will be able to do it. They may not understand it, and he said you don't have to understand it to use it. Oftentimes, he's given that example of the cell phone. None of us, I don't think, could build a cell phone that we see provided by whoever, with all the millions and billions of chips and connection in it, but we all seem to be able to use it. So it's the same with the technology, and what has happened in the recent period in China. I think Mr. Keshe will keep the technology even closer within the foundation and may not allow a lot of it to come out. And that's what we saw with the gas unit when that was demonstrated. He said, we show you what we do, we don't show you how we do it. So you can order a gas unit from the Keshe Foundation store. It'll arrive in your home. You can use it when they're fully released and tested, and you don't have to understand it. I'm sure you don't understand every chip and every nut and every bolt in your vehicle that you're driving today, or could possibly even replicate it. But for a fee, for a monthly payment, you can use it. It's the same with the jetliners. You don't have to build the entire $300 million aircraft to be able to fly it. You just rent a seat in a way for a few $100s, and you go where you'd like to go. And that'll be the same with the Keshe plasma technology at this point, I feel, until the souls are elevated to the point that they understand it and that they won't abuse it. But we're not there yet, but these systems are available. And let's go to the store and look at some of the more recent offerings. Feel free to interrupt me at any time. This is the Keshe Foundation store. And of course, we will be going to China, Hainan Island. Of course, we're not going to the mainland. We'll be off the coast in the South China Seas. And this is the third Plasma Space Traveler Seminar, which is coming up in just a few weeks in March 16th, 17th, 18th and 19th. And there's a price of a ticket, which could be waived. Also, accommodations in a beautiful hotel. You can share the room, you can have the room for yourself, but this is where some of the newer technology, again, will be shown. There's also going to be some private meetings with the Chinese military and high-level, probably political figures. I know Mr. Keshe talked about sharing some defensive technology, but again, China has this propensity to steal something if they can. And I don't know if that was a rogue operation, if that was created to make the government look bad in the eyes of the foundation, or this was in a way let out so that they could also create the other research centers in Iran and in Arizona. So this is a perfect segue for our foundation to say, listen, and Mr. Keshe said he had been battling with this within his self about putting a lot of the technology in the hand of one nation, but now China has in a way done it to themselves, and they will be limited in a way, or the knowledge will be shared with more people, and maybe again they'll have to take a back seat to some of this. But hopefully it's all going to work out. This meeting is coming up in China in a very few weeks, and it's still open. You can still participate in it. Mr. Keshe said some of the American scientists have also been invited, so we may see some from America there. I don't know if they'll be blocked, even though I'm sure they'd want to see some of this latest technology released. People from Iran will be arriving, and with a table set for the Iranian New Year. That will also be happening, I think, on the 20th of March. There'll be a beautiful, probably day-long celebration. I've never participated in an Iranian New Year, but this will be my first. And of course, we're wishing well and good fortune to all nations on this planet. And that's what this technology is all about, creating peace. So you can participate in this. Again, this is just another stop in the multiple stops of the Keshe Foundation. The next one will be in Iran as scheduled, followed by Washington, D.C., and maybe even NASA in the Bahamas or NASA in Florida. We'll have to see what's next. So this is an offer by the Keshe Foundation. You can go on the Keshe Foundation store and you can book it. Let's see if we can. No, that's not what we're looking for. Let's see some of the other new releases. Here is the one we were, no, this is the what they call the space plasma research teams. And this is what we were talking about in the Iran, Arizona, and most likely, I believe that research team will be in Sanya. I think some equipment is going to be left there. Some has already been shipped there. And apparently the Chinese have sort of tinkered with it in a way. They found something, but again, they found the crumbs. But these are $25,000 euro per, I say dollars, I meant euro, per year, and you have to provide your own housing. And you can stay for a year, 2 years, 3 years, or make a life of it. And this is where some of the technology will be opened up and brought in more and more into the public domain. Probably some of the items, as was indicated in the past, the store will move to 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 new plasma items being offered within the store. And if we can just go down a little bit, I think we should find this here. And the third offer that's on the table right now is what we call the transmutation preparation sessions, which are happening the third Friday of every month. And they can run from 12 hours to 30-hour sessions. You can come in and out, very affordable, mostly for developing the equipment of the systems that the Keshe Foundation is offering. You're actually offering yourself up as in a way, a test subject. You pay, yes, you pay to be a volunteer, just the way you pay to be a researcher. And I think we'll cover that right after the break of the last workshop where Mr. Keshe had received a note saying this was slavery, that you will force us to pay the 25,000 euro, and also you will own the intellectual property that's been developed in any of these researches. But these are the monthly sessions, and this is what's being offered, and you can keep the Keshe Foundation free, not having to go to multinationals for billions of dollars in research, and then more research on top of that, and then more papers and more research, and then the technology either gets stolen or never brought out. So that's why he wants to keep the Keshe Foundation free. I think we'll play that video at the end. So again, third Friday, but next month's session will probably be the fourth Friday. I think it'll be after the Sanya conference, because many people will be traveling back home. And so I think instead of the third Friday of the month, it'll be the last Friday of March for the next session. You can sign up for these. Again, just go to the store, follow the simple directions, and transfer funds either from your bank or through PayPal, however you'd like to do it. And again, it's not so much what's happening to you as an individual, but to help develop the systems, to perfect the systems. And apparently there's still some glitches and other things, some jamming up that could happen and does happen, where the system needs to be revamped or improved on, so that it can become flawless, so that 1,000, 10,000, 100,000 people can use the system simultaneously. Normally, there's probably 50 to 100, depending on the actual session. And sometimes you will receive a small gift or a little bit more understanding about what's happening. I went in the last session on Friday. Actually, I joined late. I thought the session started at noon, and it was actually at 9 a.m. rather than noon. And so I came in a little late, but no problem. My soul brought me there at the proper time. And I didn't come with any preconceived things I wanted to do, but I just left it open. And I felt some energies through my head and other things. My physicality was doing other things on the other end, which I don't think is a problem. As Mr. Keshe said, your physicality is not involved in this. You could be rock climbing, taking a bath, or driving a car, as long as you keep quiet in the background. So those are the offers of the Keshe Foundation. You can sign up for a transmutation preparation session, which I believe develops the wellness centers, or what you see the video we played initially. You can do the space traveler seminar in Sanya, and then Isfahan, and then Washington. Or you could join full-time. Again, it's not 9 to 5, but it's a 24-hour-a-day endeavor in the research centers. So there's plenty of offering if you want to get deeper or deeply involved in this Keshe Foundation structure. And again, bringing the technology out into the public domain. So that's covering the store. Anyone have any questions or comments about this whole procedure and what is being offered? And let's just, if we can, maybe we should just go to the part of the workshop. I think it's after the break. Actually, I didn't cue that up. Let's see if we can. What we'll do is we'll just come back to this. And so I think after the break, you'll, yeah, here we go. There's the vertical unit. We'll just see if we can start here. I think he gave about a 10-minute, a little bit of an explanation. And we know those prices seem steep, but in comparison to the knowledge of the universe, it's really peanuts. And I don't say that lightly, and I don't take 25,000 euro as just a few coins in my pocket. That could be a lifetime savings of individuals. So it's quite a huge endeavor for you to jump into, but I think you'll be more than pleased with the results.
Okay, we're back again at the second half of the 525th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, February 15th. And because it's the second half, we get to ask questions of Mr. Keshe. So remind the attendees that you'll have the opportunity to raise your hand, your virtual hand that is, and we can open your microphone so that you can speak. Others can put their questions in the chats in our new Vimeo channel or in the existing YouTube live stream as well. But Mr. Keshe, you have a few things you probably like to say first, I believe.
As usual, we bring some notes in. The foundation has announced last week about the new research groups for Arizona and subsequently for Iran and China. We had one of our dearest knowledge seekers putting a note that this is a slavery that we pay for our research, and then the intellectual right doesn't belong to us, belongs to the foundation and the rest of it. And I made a note to it. If we do such a thing, is because we done such a thing. I spend all the assets possible. I do all the research. And at the end of it, all goes to the foundation. In a way, I'm detached from the financial side. I'm detached from my own life, which I put in it, and detached from the knowledge gained because it becomes knowledge of the foundation. So would leave, but what do we do? And not asking you to do anything we haven't done. On the other hand, becoming a researcher allows you to learn new ways. And if you decide at the end of it to stay with the research, continuing to what is to be added to, then you get employed back on. Most probably you pay 25,000 for 3 years, you'll get 100, 200,000 a year at the end of it, if that's your target. And at the same time, as those of you as knowledge seekers who came to the Sensano and the rest of it, a lot of money is spent just keeping you as knowledge seekers. What you pay does not even cover the expense of the maintenance and the rent of the places. Those of you who came to Trani and then to Valletta as the last second year of the knowledge seekers, you have to know the premises cost us about 30,000 a month. Without all other support expenses. So what you pay 20, 25,000, even 100 of you, does not even cover the expenses of the running. And you go to the supermarket to shop, you pay for it, and then you go home and you start arting what you learned to cook what you want with it. This is the same, but you cook for humanity. So those of you who think you're paying a lot, you have to understand you have paid nothing compared to what will cover just to light up the place for 100 of you for 1 year. Create accommodation, all the scientific tools, and all the bits which you make a mistake and has to be redone, rebuilt, rebate, and the rest of it. So I would love to see any of you would like to take this banner up. We pay you and you do it for that amount. In a way, what I taught today in the first session shows you we haven't even started the process of the knowledge. We just played with the blocks of the Lego. We don't even know how to put them together and how they look at the end. So the research is needed and has to be done. Like the Chinese government pays from their side, Keshe Foundation brings 200 scientists of itself, has to pay for itself. And it comes through you as knowledge seekers paying to be part of it, we pay the other part of it. We have put out the hand of collaboration to the other governments, and we wait for the response. We wait for understanding of what is to come next and how we shape. Those of you who want to be part of this research, please complete the process in how you want to do it. That is done by the September time. You're ready to go through. And then we go to the next steps of development and everything else. In the process of the material development of the Keshe Foundation, we are processing new, what we call technologies, and we'll offer you new systems for trials that using the knowledge, we can extend the knowledge of the other side of the development of the Keshe Foundation for space development. Please understand, I cannot do more than what is, and as I said to one of the knowledge seekers, by law, by the standard way of the life, and what it is in the what we call the commercial world, as you're so connected to all the financial structure, people at the age of 65 put their leg up and the coats, put the hat on, and they start becoming a pensioner and waiting for the coffin to arrive. Pension time. In my case, and that age, I just started a new cycle to teach, to develop, and to spread. And now I have another cycle of 65 to go to complete for you lot before I become a pensioner. So new cycle of life has started, and new teachings has to be done, new sharing of the knowledge. And I hope you understand this. I haven't put my foot up. I've done it. That's it. Insurance company and a pension policy says 65, you retire. I've just started nursery of the knowledge, and I'm going to still go to class 1. And I hope you as knowledge seekers go the same way, because you'll understand age does not count as the time of non-existence. If there are any questions.
Okay, so he indicated he just started a new cycle of 65. And the teaching is just beginning. So that does sound like there could be another 65 years of teaching. I don't know if it's going to go that long, but that's what he seemed to say at that point. And of course, he wants it speeded up, so we'll have to see. Let's just take this back to the beginning. I think we were going to start. And here again, more about, as he said, we haven't even stood up in this knowledge yet. There's so much more to understand and learn and fit these Lego pieces together. If anyone is here before we start this, that was in the session on Friday, I don't know if you want to bring anything up about that, but we give you the opportunity to do so. it was interesting. They didn't have the system on a Thursday, he said, but right near the end of the workshop, I felt like laying down, and I had one of the most interactive dreams I've probably had in the last 5 years. We were actually, now again, I just napped for an hour, and that dream could have happened within 1 minute of that hour. Sometimes it's hard to tell, but I was in Sanya, and we were in the conference room. It hadn't started yet. Mr. Keshe was up front, sort of schmoozing with all the other participants. And there was another conference going on in the back room with another party. Sometimes they have these very large rooms which have accordion doors, and you can sort of, if you only need one room, they would close the accordion doors and you could accommodate 50 people. If you needed 2 of the rooms, they'd open the accordion doors and close the back of the second room. You could accommodate 100 people. Or sometimes if you have 150, you can use all 3 rooms. And many conference facilities are set up this way so they could accommodate small or large conferences. I walked in the other conference that was going on in back, and there were a lot of women mulling around in there. And I just happened to meet one that was different than the others, and I was quite attracted because of the attire or something about that person. And I went over there and some things happened. I won't go into a lot of details. A bit risque. It wasn't a wet dream or anything like that. And this was a very beautiful creature, so I picked her up after we had a bit of interaction, let's say, and I brought her back to our conference room just to show what a beautiful creature I had just met in this other conference. And then I went out walking in this very, very large complex, and I got lost and I couldn't find my way back to the room. I won't give all the details. There's a few other things that happened. And I just ended up saying, I have to get out of here and I need to get back to the conference. And the dream ended. But it was quite an interactive dream. I could go into more details, but maybe not in the public session.
So you're time traveling.
Something happened, yeah, that very unusual. Again, it was quite an interactive, vivid experience. And again, whether it lasted 30 seconds or a minute, I probably napped for an hour and then woke up and was saying, wow, that was quite profound and definitely instilled within my memory. So I probably traveled in the dimension of energy. I knew I was in Sanya. It was different rooms than Manchester or London. And the complex was totally large, very, very large. I actually got lost and I was asking people, how do I get back to this? And no one seemed to know about this conference we were having. So I just thought I'd share that. Again, it was a dream. It wasn't, but again, do we call it a dream now, or do we call it actually transmuting in the dimension of energy? And that's what this whole workshop was about, manifesting yourself in the physicality, which has not been easy to do. And a lot of this has to do with understanding the interactions of the amino acids and the sort of cosmic radiation interactions to make everything sort of appear. That's if you do it on your own. But as I indicated earlier, he said most of this has already been settled within our systems. And I think you will see vertical units in the research centers. If certain ones discover something, they'll be all able to transmute into that research center within a matter of seconds and stay there for 2 or 3 hours, ask some questions, and then transmute. This is just my thinking on this, but I think he's going to have permission from the governments. Again, there's probably things going on now in the background to get this, to allow these researchers to, and they may not even share that with us, but this is just my thinking, that they're actually moving from one research center to another within seconds. and looking at the research, understanding it, bringing it back to their center. And again, they're not all going to get on airplanes and go through 16 or 20 hours of traveling to see something for 1 hour. This is
I'm
just
wondering,
hello?
Mark, what language you were asking directions for in,
English, as far as I knew. I
And the
wasn't
res-
speaking I wasn't speaking any other language that I knew of. Actually, I don't think, yeah, I guess I was speaking, but it was English.
and they responded in English?
I don't remember. I just remember feeling that they didn't know, or I got a communication, they don't know what I was talking about, where this meeting was. They said there's a lot of meetings going on here. And I mean, Alex, this place was huge. There were stairways and terraces and doors to rooms and hallways. It was like a maze. And at the end there, I was in a suit. I had lost one of my shoes. And I'm thinking, gee, I wonder if they have a lost shoe department here somewhere for people who had lost, you know how dreams can be kind of mixed up or whatever was happening. But here I am walking with one shoe and a sock and trying to get back to the meeting. And that's where I said, you know, I have to get out of here. And that's when I woke up. So that was just my experience. I just thought I'd share that for whatever, but it'll be on the recording. And I'm sure a lot of us have had dreams that don't make sometimes some sense, parts of it. But certainly that first impression of meeting, and now that I drew a little picture and for myself, but it was I couldn't see the eyes of the woman, but I was quite attracted. And when I picked her up, it was like as light as a feather, but yet looking exactly the same as every other person in the room, so to speak. I really only noticed from the waist up. I didn't see legs or anything like that, that I recall. So this is what he's talking about, these connections, this different dimension of connections that we need to understand, and the common denominators. And it's quite deep for me. I don't quite get it. I know he says you need to make the C4, the C28, C17, C60. So many different things we understand before you can do a full transmutation. But if you're using some of the vertical units, probably within the Keshe Foundation, you don't need to know how to do those things. And he actually said that a couple of times. You don't need to understand it to use it or to participate in it, just like the cell phone, just like the jumbo jet. And just probably like the gas units and other things that are being developed. They're not going to tell you how they do it at this point. They're going to show you what they've done, and same with the feeding. You can sign up for it. You may not know how it happens, but you'll be satisfied that you don't need to eat or kill or destroy another entity. This is part of becoming a peaceful man. So let's just go to the beginning of the workshop and we'll take it from there. Maybe I should move this over. And let's see if we can bring up the transcript. Is this big enough for people to read? Should I make it a little larger? Is that too big? Or would you like it there? Okay. Let's take about 12 minutes and just see if we can go through this. But as he said, we haven't even stood up in this knowledge yet. So I don't know if that's to keep you humble, to keep you being able to absorb it. I know many times he said, if you think you've gotten it, you think you've arrived, then you've gotten nowhere with this knowledge, because there's so much. He said, this is just the beginning of thousands of steps into understanding this process of the amino acids and the understanding of the creation. But using the systems, you'll be able to do it. You may not understand how you did it, but you'll be able to do it.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 525th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, February 15th, 2024. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department and part of the public teachings in English. My name is Rick Crammond, and I'll be your host once again in this endless series of workshops. And once again, we have the pleasure and honor of having Mr. Mayran Keshe as our guide through today's workshop. And I believe he's ready and willing and able at this moment. Hello, Mr. Keshe. Would you like to join us, please?
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, good day to you, as usual, wherever and whenever you listen to this series of knowledge seekers from the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. And as usual, we welcome you back, and let's see what we can share today and what we have learned from the cycle of life on this planet that we can expand on. When you listen to the intro, it brings out a new dimension of understanding. It brings out in how we have understood the cycle of life, how we have joined together in a dimension of the creation without knowing. And we change to different dimensions, to different characteristics, according to the line of connection to the universe. In a way, if one understands and one comprehends the totality, one will see that to live, to exist anywhere in the universe, be it this on this planet, be it in the space, to manifest itself in a combination of tangible and non-tangible existence, but containing continuity of life, one will come to understand one needs different dimensions of connection, as we have talked about before. Carbon 12 is what we call as an energy pack, is for life existing, connected in a common denominator to what we call cosmic rays, which usually work on the back of the carbon-14. But in a way, if you understand it, as we spoke last week, and we showed some explanation and figures last week, the common denominator, what we call the DC line, stays on the hydrogen. The carbon characteristics is overloaded on this common denominator. So when you come into the matter state, life state on this planet, you get a deviation or division or isotopes of plasma energy, not matter state energy, of carbon, that it connects you to the source, but it connects you to the matter state, which is carried by the carbon. In a way, if you would have understood, and this is for the scientists who understand or come to understand this technology in the laboratories of the Keshe Foundation in the future, is you have that common denominator, hydrogen, which connects us to the creator and the creation. And then we are overloaded on top of that with matter state energy plasma at the time, place, and point, which means we travel on the carbon-12 on the atmospheric condition, gravitational condition of this planet. But on another planet, another position, we get a conversion of the carbon, which comes to be an energy level, what we call as a radiation of carbon-14, to become matter state in that position. What this means is that in the universe once the line of common denominator is established, and then overloaded by the energy fields, which is the deviation according to interaction of the fields of the environment, then that environment dictates how carbon-14, as what we call cosmic ray, is converted into that matter in interaction with the field, gravitational magnetic fields of the space, time and position, which leads to the condition of creation of new life in that position. This is important for our knowledge seekers to understand, and the scientists who work in the space technology of the future. What this means, if you want to travel from Earth to another system, another planet, you travel on the common denominator of hydrogen with overload of the amino acid carbon connection of the man to the conversion of magnetic fields in a way of gravitational magnetical field of the position that allows you to manifest yourself in that time, space and position. Which means if you land in a place that there is no carbon, it doesn't mean it cannot exist. When man understands this, when the scientists can go through this conversion, so when we send the man to space, we send the man with the amino acid of the Earth to space, plus the conversion to the time and place and position. So in a way, let's say you have Mr. Cohen, and in that position, carbon-14 in conversion by reflection of the carbon-60 of the what we call universal strength can convert to be potassium. So you actually have Mr. Cohen plus potassium, plasmatic magnetic fields, and this allows you to create a new, what we call, as you like it, hemoglobin, that man can survive in that place and position and can react and live the position and time and space. We know this knowledge, we know this technology, we see it on a daily basis, but we never understood this. If you look at what we call the plants, which eat flies, which eat live animals, they trap them in and then digest them. They go through this process because once the clap are closed with a fly inside it, now is not any more atmospheric condition, is the plasmatic condition of the two surfaces which they have trapped the animal in. It's like the jaw of the man when he closes, you put a banana in your mouth and you close your mouth, that banana is not a banana plasmatic condition anymore, even if it looks as a banana in your mouth. So, if you understand this, man will learn from these plants, man will learn the cosmetic condition and universal condition and cosmic ray condition of the conversion into existing two dimension in space that allows the soul of the man, when returns back to earth condition, to go back on carbon-12, amino acid, look like a man, hemoglobin, and the structure of the man. Then you understand, we call it the amino acid, but the amino acid, the strength of the hemoglobin is different than amino acid of the plant. It's different than amino acid which created the stone. Then man has to find out how to create the same amino acid combination of Mr. Cohen, that they can coexist, live within each other and through each other. What this means, it means when I put you in a system with your beautiful dress, you're going to a wedding from London to New York, and you happen to be hungry, or you carry an apple in your handbag or a banana just in case you go hungry, I have to transfer your amino acid of your human flesh. I have to transfer the amino acid of the apple or a banana, and I have to transfer the amino acid of the clothes you wear. If you cannot get this right, we have a beautiful woman in birthday suits in New York with no food to eat because we forgot to transfer the handbag. We did not understand the concept. And this is why many of you knowledge seekers who've been with us cannot manifest yourself. Because we never allowed, we never built this into our systems, even though we know about it for decades. With a new system, which is developed with the Keshe Foundation, all these matters now is complete.
So again, it is now complete. All of the things of transferring the amino acids of the bag, of the person, and so on is all complete within the system, as I understand this. You don't have to understand it if you're using the system to transmute. And just an aside, I told you about the dream after the Knowledge Seekers workshop. Well, on Friday, I did join late by 2.5 hours. For some reason, I thought it started at 6 for me, or noon, but it really started at 9. In that session, I was there just offering myself, didn't come in with any preconceived ideas or anything, but I had none of those experiences within that system. I just came there again to offer myself as part of a test in developing the system. I would have thought it would have been just the opposite. I would have not had anything after the Knowledge Seekers workshop and have everything in the session, but it was just the opposite. But again, I felt connected with everyone. I felt peaceful with everyone. I elevated others. I read some of the chats, and I was hoping they were doing better than I was doing in that particular session. So let's continue this for just another minute or two.
Which means in the coming time, when we put you through these tests, like those of you who join us tomorrow, not only you'll be able to transmute in the dimension of energy of the soul, you can transfer the plasmatic condition of the amino acid of the content of your body. In a way, you just had a beautiful steak in London, and sorry, you forgot to carry the steak. You arrive in New York and you're hungry because we didn't have the right combination of the mustard and the chips you had with the food in London, because there is amino acid of vegetation inside, different than the amino acid of the body. This implication, understanding of this science, it needs to be unraveled, it needs to be understood. And the prime position to understand this for the scientist is in the stomach of the man, the same as that plant which closes. How we convert the amino acids of different structures into what we call energies of the body of the man. How do we convert the or calcium or magnesium tablets, which is in a solid state, into your body, and then you take the energy of it? Our body does this transmutation of the energies automatically, but we never understood, and we just do as we done. Ignorance is a bliss. Now that we have entered the science of transmutation, energy transfer, we have to understand, otherwise, unfortunately, you don't want a bride to turn up in a wedding from another planet naked because you forgot to add the amino acid of the position, connection of the time and the space and manifestation. You got to understand, as I said, you have not even entered standing up, let alone walking on the steps of the knowledge of the universe, which is thousands of steps.
Okay, let's just stop it there. You've got to understand, as I said, you have not even entered standing up, let alone walking in the steps of the knowledge of the universe, which is thousands of steps. I think he's referring on our own, to be able to do this on our own. But when they put you in a system, all of this is settled. And by using the systems, I think that knowledge slowly, gradually gets transferred into you, that you will eventually be able to do it on your own without a system. But that may take some time. Again, others may already have achieved it, or they're ready to achieve it, or they will achieve it in the next weeks or months. But I think the system, I call it system assist initially, but that's quite a powerful statement there. You've got to understand, as I said, you have not even entered standing up, let alone walking in the steps of the knowledge of the universe, which is thousands of steps. Anyone want to say anything while I move the transcript in the workshop to another location? Again, I'm quite baffled by all of this, but as he indicated, this is already settled within the system. When they put these systems in the airport for people to use that have never heard of the Keshe technology, they'll be able to do it as readily as you will. They won't be able to do it on your own. I can't do it on my own at this point. But I think as you use the systems, it will become ingrained. It will become ingrained within your structure, within your brain. The soul already has all the knowledge, as he said. You contain that knowledge. It's a matter of the soul releasing it to you or performing this function. I don't know what it's going to take for that to happen, but the systems will help us to start to understand it, that we can then do it on our own. But even then, he said, we're going to shrink these systems, I think it was in the last workshop, into the size of a pocket phone, something you could carry in your pocket if you go to the grocery store. How are you going to get back home? So you'll still be using the system even as they've been reduced from a large UBSOS to now a head unit and transmitter, down to the size of a cell phone, which you carry in your pocket for transmutation. So will you be able to do it on your own? It does seem like that's a little bit distant in the future. And of course, the idea of the borders has to be settled. I don't think Mr. Keshe wants to offend any nations or put people all over the place in different places, even though they could probably do it right now. But as he indicated, he could land so many Africans right on the front lawn of the White House in the past. He's mentioned this. But the governments are going to have to agree to take the borders down. The research centers will also help in the bringing an end to the borders, as we see. I think they'll have a special exception for the scientists that are working in these, approved by the governments, that yes, they can move from one research center to the other in a matter of minutes. It's not going to be a problem for us. and then back again, to take what they see, to be there, to witness it, and then bring it back to their research center. And this collaboration and cooperation will move into the One Planet Nation. So that's another aspect. I think it's quite a big aspect of the research centers. What we'll do is we'll just cover a little bit of this and then go to the other part of the Chinese. He did seem to be addressing the Chinese and their work quite strongly at this point, but we know it'll continue. As he said, he has to be quite gentle, and he's very patient about all this, but let's just hear what Mr. Keshe indicated. And this would apply to everyone. You know, I was with Dr. Gatwa, and we've seen this in Brazil too. Many people taking the technology, marketing the technology, and so on and so forth outside of the Keshe Foundation. I was with Dr. Gatwa, and he said the number of the students that I have taught how to make certain things, the CO2 and other things, they don't come to class anymore. Now they're more interested in marketing this product, and they're selling it across Kenya. So it's the same with China. I think we've seen this in Iran as well. I know I've received videos of people in the United States marketing this. I don't think they completely understand. They may have an aspect of it. And of course, Mr. Keshe said he's not really opposed to it. He's not going to bring them to court or anything. It's just to get the knowledge out. But one of the things they could do is to donate some of those funds, and this is important, even though you may think it's only a little bit, back to the foundation for the knowledge you've received. And this may mend some fences in a way. I don't know exactly. But it's happening in quite a number of countries where people get an aspect of it and they run with it. But as he said, it comes with no blessing. And be careful when you're buying products that are not certified by the Keshe Foundation. Let's see if we can just hear this a little bit about the Chinese. We have another clip that when Rick asked a question about the plasma shield, and then we'll go to the Dome of Peace shortly.
To a couple of other nations, but in a way, we are not a magic show. We are not a conference to do magics in Sanya. We bring technologies to show. It'll be, you got to understand, part of this technology already ships and starts made to the Chinese. We have shown part of this technology to the Chinese military and officials. We have done a field test to confirm a lot of things. And so, in a way, is production of the, what we call, conditions that shows new achievements. And that's depends on you. A lot of Chinese are asking, show us magic. Because I say, if I show them magic, I'll have 1 billion people sitting there. I don't need you lot to turn up. You're coming in for the knowledge, you're coming in to understand, and you're coming in to do. But you have to understand, a lot of knowledge seekers in China come to steal technology. They're well known for it. We've seen one of the stealing of one of our technologies very recently, and it's on Chinese media. It wasn't there. We showed the technology to the officials. Within 3 weeks, 4 weeks, they copied it and they put it as a Chinese invention. We punish Chinese for this heavily. You will understand very soon. What the Chinese did, stealing a technology which didn't exist, and within a few weeks after we demonstrated to the military and to the government, they made this a Chinese invention, and we punish in scientific way the Chinese for this misconduct. And they will understand soon how much they lost for this behavior. And they had the audacity to send us a video of it. But as usual, I have patience, but the Chinese government will pay heavily for doing this. And we have informed the Chinese. You come to the conference coming to learn about technology, not to steal in your nation. will pay heavily for this job. You lose one part of the technology, which brings huge payment for your, what we call industrial revolution. In a way, you lose the exclusivity. Now you have to deal with the other governments who will come out faster than you. So expect to see beautiful technologies in China, but don't come there to steal technologies. Any other question?
Okay, let's move to another clip of, on the same matter. We're going to move up to about 2 hours and 46 minutes here. Let me just get it in the right location. Yeah, it's just before 2:46. Rick asks a question. So let's move our video up to right just before 2:46. And then we'll go to the Doma piece. There's so much, again, more in this workshop, but it does sound like Mr. Keshe has another 65 years or so, another cycle of teaching. He said he's not going into retirement. He's starting a new 65-year cycle. And again, to us, that's a long time, but perhaps for someone who's been walking on this planet for thousands of years, it's just mere minutes. Let's see if we can sync these up together.
Recently on Internet Media of China, it's widely reported that the National University of Defense Technology of China has invented a cutting-edge technology which they call a plasma shield. A lot of bloggers have made videos about this technology, and many military fans and young people are very excited because it looks like a technology that only exists in science fiction movies, and it comes to be true. Is this the reason that Mr. Keshe just said that China will be punished scientifically?
The punishment for the way we say it's not going to do this, it means we share the knowledge. There is a number of steps the Chinese have taken. We have shown openly to them the technology, and they think they have videoed it. Now they can copy it instead of following what was agreed. So it's not balanced, and it's not correct. You got to understand, these technologies never existed. How come suddenly in the past times where we show technology suddenly appears? And there's a need for correct conduct. Technology is there to come out. Technology is there, is not there to be stolen to come out. And stolen means without our knowledge, without being there confirming the technology. And this is a habit of Chinese, because it has to be Chinese. But you have to understand, what is taken or hidden or called stolen comes with no blessing. And this habit has to go out of this nation. Pride of nationalism has blinded the man to the lies of action. And Chinese will face that. They got away with it a lot of time in the Met. This time with us, their own conduct will not, will be left, what do you call it, to carry on with it. And as I said, there are 2 or 3 technologies which we have shown, never seen, and within weeks they come out, it's the Chinese. I met one of the Chinese scientists prior to what I call the Corona session. I was invited to one of the top military shows, what they call scientific exhibitions in China. And when I arrived, they say no one can come in, no foreigners can be in this exhibition. We were invited officially by the officials. Later on, I found out why, because part of the Keshe Foundation technology was shown there, and they were showing it, and they didn't want us to say this is our technology. But it had a very interesting effect, because I was there by invitation, standing at the entrance door. They had a hullabaloo that no foreigners can come in, and I saw 2 or 3 Americans standing there. I think I've explained this before. And they told me to stand against the wall, right against opposite the entrance, that I don't see anything. Now I found out in the past few months, when we got back to China, that they're actually showing a stolen technology from Keshe Foundation. That's why. They were shocked that I was there. They didn't know one of the scientists has invited me. And there were these 2 or 3 Americans, they were told again, stand against the wall. And as I was standing, I said to the Americans, what are you doing here? The guy introduced himself to be the military attaché of the American embassy. He's come to see, and they won't, it's the first time they don't let him in. I said, do you know who I am? He says, no. I said, I'm your mentor, my technology. He said, oh, you are Mr. Keshe. We know you're in China. I said, would you like to talk? We organized to meet later on in an empty restaurant, which was very unusual. And that time, it didn't click on me why suddenly receiving an official invitation to go to a military exhibition, which was highly confidential, having a national clearance. I have a full clearance at the highest level in China to deal with the military, and there should be nowhere that I could be not allowed in. And after the Corona, I found out why. Because they were showing a stolen technology of the Keshe Foundation, and they couldn't say it's theirs. And this habit of China has to stop. And the only it stops is when they find out they are not the only one. And that's their punishment. Trying to rapidly develop, you don't steal. And they have this habit. They've done it in agriculture with us, they've done it in Corona with us, they've done it in space technology, they've done it in gas production, they've done it again and again. And then when we caught them and told them you're spying in, they accused us of being a spy for Americans. I said, now you play the game straight. And yes, ask yourself, how come China didn't have it 6 months ago, a year ago? And suddenly now they have come up. But they don't understand the essence of it. It's walking with 3 legs missing of a dog. And we have established a system that Americans, Iranians, South Africans, and the French will face China in a bigger way, an equal term, and this is good in a way as well. Their behavior of stealing technology is getting, what do you call it, furious. Furying a lot of scientists outside. And I've come across a lot of them doing dodgy things, trying to get technologies. You got to understand, China is facing a massive internal financial position. And anything to keep the nation running at the moment is more crucial than anything else. And I keep very quiet because we're too close. We work very close with this people. And yes, one of the reasons on this is, ask yourself, how come they were not there? And every time after we show things physically, a few months later, a few weeks later, they come up with. They went to our knowledge seekers prior to beginning of Corona, saying, we know you're a student, Keshe, come and work with Chinese military to make the ganses for it. And 2 or 3 of knowledge seekers who are listening, they said, no, we are his student, we stay loyal. And a couple of our knowledge seekers, they went to become millionaires. But look at them, they're listening. What's going to happen to your children in Canada and United States and your family, and how you're running into a problem everywhere. Your soul is balancing the works. If you haven't understood up to now, soon you'll understand. We have no problem. I don't go, we're gonna take them to court. We've brought the knowledge to be shared. Abusing it, stealing it, it's, you have to learn. Pretend to be a correct, and underneath of it to steal and be conducting correct is, it's like the adultery. But in time it will set itself. We wish them all the best. But they find out what they stole in plasma, they took a crumb, but they lost the cake.
Okay, so that message should go across to nations that are, again, stealing on a much smaller level, probably, and again, not as sophisticated technology, but again, it's the same principle. We see it in the United States, we see it in Brazil, now it's been reported in Kenya. We've seen it in probably other countries as well, where people learn something, they think they have a corner, but as Mr. Keshe said, they don't understand the essence of it. Yeah, maybe you're making a CO2 or something else, but here in this example, they don't really understand. As he said, they have a dog missing 3 legs, and they think they got something, but they find out what they stole in plasma. They took a crumb, but they lost the cake. So again, he's not going to take people to court. They're still working very closely, but this habit is going to be pushed out of the Chinese situation. And that'll come. And as we see, they end up doing it to themselves. It's coming up to the Dome of Peace, but I did have a couple more clips, and I think I'd like to play them. Alex, how are you situated? We could go to your teaching and then come back to these clips if you're there in the background. Not sure you are.
What's your pleasure?
Well, let's open a little bit up on the religious end of things. As Mr. Keshe said, what he calls a grandma's chat. It's only about 10 minutes, and then I have another video that we'd like to open up as well. So we may not get around back to you for another 30, 40 minutes.
That's fine.
Okay, let's open something up on the religious books. Mr. Keshe has been doing a little bit of that sort of work. That's just one of the books he's opening up. And again, it seems to apply to all of them, even though he may be talking about the Torah or the Bible or other books. It seems to apply across the board to all. So he's not singling out anyone, but in a way, it's an all-exclusive opening up. And this is, these are Mr. Keshe's words, what I call grandma's chat. This is an excerpt from 525 at about 2 hours and 28 minutes.
Any other question?
Yeah, a question from N. Vilken in the YouTube. Says in the Bible, it says that death will be coming out of the graves. What exactly does this mean, and how do we interpret and understand that? Can you elaborate?
Who wrote it? Who wrote Bible? What it meant in the Bible? And whose Bible? And what was the purpose of putting it there? Any other question? I'm not a believer in what you call what is written in the holy books, because it's all written to fit. None of it has been, or very small part of it has been. Siphoning of which side, which part is real is a different thing. As I said to knowledge, I go for a history, and history does not lie because it's written. by many, and it can be confirmed by many. One man writing does not make the history book, but when it's done by 2 or 3 civilizations at the time of occurrence is a better indication. Men have put things in to fit them. Men have brought things to fit them. And men have done a lot of things to fit it, to a lot of things for the rest to believe. And Christianity is one of them, which is full of it. Literally. Nothing in Torah is real. Torah is a storybook of many old histories brought back into one history book and given one name for them to all to fit. It's actually, if you read the historical type of Torah and what you read as a Torah, is the history of the what I call grandma's chat, which has been collected by who said what and could have had one beginning and then built up and built up and it's become the Torah. There's nothing, there's a big question mark in the actual truth about the whole real structure of the Torah. There was a guy called Moses. He did certain things, but the rest of the book is just made up from history. You're from this village, you brought part of your history, you elaborated, and instead of Mr. John, you put Moses in it. The other guy came, he saw an apple falling, rotting, and a worm came out of it. He changed it to this and that, put the Moses on it, it became in Torah. And because there is no historical background to it, but you see, it's all a bunch of what I call lies, or lies in a way of stories of the time changed to, because it had to be made to be fit for somebody to be good. And this is the same with all the religions. How, what is being written, what it fits. If you look at it in what you say, the race comes out of the coffin. Yes, I tell you what, in English we call it, as most of you know, it's called the last spell. The last spell was that those days they didn't know when you're actually dead. They used to leave your body on the table for a few days, and if you didn't move anymore, they buried you. And then sometime in the future, when they came to dig the graves out, they found out the guy is not the way he was left to be dead. Actually, he was alive, and now he's trying to dig himself out. They connected the rope to his toe, and they put the bell on top of the grave, and somebody sat there for a few days that if he comes back, he rings the bell, and they jump in and get him out. And now, if what happened, the guy dies and alive, they bury him, and there's no bell, and that soul has to come out, leaves the body, because just because you thought he's physically dead, he's not dead. Now dies in the grave, and the soul comes out. Would that be that meaning? People who they buried by mistake? Or does he have another meaning? Even today's in modern medicine, every now and then it happens. Somebody they put in the mortuary, all the electronics says dead, this comes back. And they hear kicking and bashing into what they call in the mortuary. Is it that? Are they trying to tell us they were aware of some people being buried alive, but they put it in different form? This is all part of the who decided to have a say, and I managed to get a paragraph in the Torah. I managed to get a story in the story of the Bible. And this is what it is. Written 300-400 years later. Most of the people who wrote or told these stories to be written by order of Quraysh, it didn't even come from Palestine. There was no chance they could have ever met Moses or Jesus. Impossibility. But now they say a story about something somewhere. To read about Christ, read the historical books written at the time, during that time. And then you'll see if there is any references and if there are any magics anywhere written by anyone. The rest is grandmother's story, which is made a holy book. And I can pick up story after story and tell you where it comes from, most of it, how it was put in. In a way, if you look at Torah, Quraysh got it to be written to celebrate Yahweh, the god of what they call people of the area. And with it, in writing it, they praised him in the book he got to be written. It was a self-praisal. But it had to be put a lot of other things to it. Otherwise the Torah did not exist before Quraysh, in a shape or any form. And there's one king writing something about another god that praises him for being there, doing things. Even though a lot of it was done on a goodwill, and now it's become the pattern and the rest of it, to give the right to. And we see it haven't changed. It's 3,000 or 4,000 years, they still do the same, what I call massacres, as we see in Gaza, as they've done in the time of the guy, and we've seen the same by them in the past decades and centuries. As I said before, if we do it, they say they've done it, when they do it to themselves, nobody can be blamed. And with what's happening in Gaza, you will see the end of the state of Israel by themselves. You will see it's coming up. By the conduct of the misconduct, by the same as done by Moses, they became Bedouin and they were left in the desert. Now, Netanyahu is doing exactly the same, because it's the behavior, and you see the end of, they become nomads again. They do it by themselves. And you will see in coming time, I advise the Iranian government to take a step to do it faster, and they're sitting and watching, but they do it to themselves. The way Moses brought with his behavior to become nomads, this situation will bring Israel to that point. In a way, they're trying to destroy Palestine, they destroy themselves, but because they do it themselves, nobody can blame. And we see the end of Judaism. It's come to its full cycle with the time. And they do it themselves. When you kill 10,000 children, snipers, these souls has to be answered to the suffering mothers and fathers. So excuses does not give a reason to. And nobody could do it better than Netanyahu. You will see the end of Judaism with this, because a lot of Jews will walk away from it because of it, and you will see more and more nations will turn back on, and sooner or later we see they've done it themselves by their own behavior, by the misconduct of the way they were taught to. They made the same mistake. And we saw what happened when Moses was there. This guy has no soul, so imagine what happens with the rest of them which are there. Any other question?
Okay, I thought that was quite instrumental. Again, some of these outfits are closing themselves down. Others will be educated enough to start to walk away from those types of structures. And this is what Mr. Keshe says when he's opening the books. And there are a lot of books to be opened. Let's go to the Dome of Peace. Anyone want to make any comments about that? Any questions? No problem. We'll go to the first step of the Dome of Peace. And of course, we've played this week after week, but this is when we release the GANS waters. On Sunday, it was asked, and this is one of the backgrounds that the Brazil team has put together every Sunday at 12 and 6 p.m. You can release the plasma water. You can learn how to make plasma water on the Keshe Wiki if you'd like. But this is where we come together and collectively, and we know we are stronger. It's something for the physicality to do. He also said it would connect the wellness centers together. Oops, let me bring that back up. There was one other point, and I don't see it right here right now, but we will get to that in a minute. Let's go to the first part of creating a dome of peace on this planet, elevating the soul of the planet into a permanent peaceful condition, as well as all of its inhabitants.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I will
With a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This is from a guy, I don't know him, but it says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Thank you, Stefania. Now we'll go to the second part of creating the Dome of Peace, which is where we unite our energies, our souls together, and we release energies and make them available to other souls to change their position. Let's hear from Shweta.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, beautiful souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the GANS waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the dome of peace with power of the souls. As we have already going through this with the 2 eyes, and we ask you to spread the waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the soul of humanity through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of guns, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. MD Keshe.
Thank you, Shweta, very much for that. And there are a few ways also we can approach this. This is not just on Sunday. As Mr. Keshe said, don't do it once a time, do it all the time. You can also join the Brazilian intention every day at 1 a.m. CET. It doesn't last long. It's in the Telegram, I believe, or a Zoom meeting. I'm not exactly sure which one. But you can join them at this time, whatever 1 a.m. CET time means to you. It only usually lasts about 30 minutes. Or you can join on Wednesday at 6 p.m. CET. Again, calculate your time, and you join the Keshe Brazil on the Telegram or other ways to approach this. So this is just another option if you're available to join. It's a beautiful interaction. A number of communities have been joining. I think the Dutch has joined, the German has joined, the soul teaching of the Keshe Foundation and the private classes has joined. So again, we're uniting into one language community. But if you're working at that time or that doesn't particularly work out for you, here's an invitation from the Universal Council. The Universal Council invites the Keshe family and the Universal Council family in unifying at the soul level every day at 21 p.m. CET for elevation of all souls and protection of the physicality in the universe. Here, again, it's not a formal meeting on Zoom or in Telegram or on YouTube, but it's just where we gather at a certain time, whatever the 21 p.m. CET time means to your time zone. And you can gather for a nanosecond, for a minute, for 5 minutes, and just again, use the power of your souls, learning how to elevate the others in a energy sort of way. The Gans water is something for your physicality to do. And this is something for your soul or your center energies to perform. So you can join the Brazilian team. You can join the others. Now, before we take our 5 minutes of silence, Trevor has found something very interesting back from Knowledge Seekers number 23. It's 17 minutes long. There's a lot of pauses in it, but I think this is very instrumental in learning how to pray through your soul. And again, this is from 2014. Mr. Keshe is mentioning Gaza. He's mentioning the same leader who's in charge today in the state of Israel. So let's just listen to this and learn how to pray through your soul. I think it's quite instrumental, and we can all learn to understand more about this process.
Is there any other question? Are we still there, or?
I'm pretty much questioned out here. Maybe we should wrap things up soon.
Okay, maybe we can do a teaching on different direction or explanation on different direction today. Let us teach, or let us learn how to pray through your soul that you can reach. Let us learn how we can give through our souls, that we can elevate other souls to the level that we are in, or without prejudice, allowing their souls to elevate above our soul, without the fear that there'll be anything, we'll be short of anything. Maybe this is what has never been taught by the Prophet of the past, is that giving does not need to be by words and by thoughts, but it has to be by emotion, where it touches the soul and touches the, gives to the receiver what he needs to take from it. Maybe is the way to understand, by giving we don't lose anything, and by giving we don't become less poor or poorer. Maybe is a new way of teaching, the way we teach and the way we live in the universe, detached from physicality but attached to the emotions that can affect the physicality, because the physical side of any being in the universe is a slave to the emotion. Maybe it's time to start a new way of looking and how to share not only the knowledge but the emotions in the true sense, or allowing access to the soul. This is where you can open your soul to any soul to receive what they need. At the same time, you find out you receive what the soul needs to give. So at the same time as you're a teacher, you become a student. At the same time as you're a nourisher, you get nourished. From the higher levels or equal and plus. Maybe I'll go back to the question or something which was raised by Rick about, or question raised about what do we think about Gaza. Let us all give freely through our soul to the Prime Minister of Israel. That his soul will receive as much as he needs, and through it will affect the work and the direction. Maybe by giving freely to his soul to take what he leaves, we reach the soul of the people who finance these things. Because the man is a spokesman, and the people who decide sit behind the curtains. Maybe through his soul we can reach those who finance these things or encourage these things, that their soul changes. We don't pray for the man, we pray for the soul of the man, or we give to the soul of the man. There are hundreds of thousands of millions of, there are millions of supporters of Keshe Foundation we know around the world. And I know a lot of people listen to these workshops. You spend time every day and open your soul to the Prime Minister of Israel, and the same to the other side. That through them will reach to their paymasters. And through them, they will see that the man elevates to the next point, next position. And maybe, as I say, the situation which is in Gaza and the Prime Minister of Israel is a test for mankind to learn how to teach or how to give freely to one soul when it's in need of. The souls who create conditions like this, the souls who support creation conditions, the physicalities which support these conditions for the physical side to do and talk about, they are in need. So let's fulfill their souls, that they have no needs. Don't punish them, but give them enough that they have enough, they don't look in another pocket. This goes the same to the Rothschild family. Let's pray for them, let's give our souls to them, to elevate them, that they find through their finances, to finance peace, not arms. We are very clear of who supports and which soul and which physicality is supporting what. Let them use their talents and their finances for the better of man through their souls. When you go to sleep, when you have peace time, not necessarily going to sleep, just open your heart, your emotional side or your soul to the whole Rothschild family. They need, but when their soul is satisfied, their physicality will change direction. Maybe then the money which is spent on developing weapons will be spent on developing and finding solutions for mankind. I don't know, but maybe we need to pray for our own soul to evolve, that through that we can evolve and reach them. Every soul on this planet has the power to reach the status of the soul of the prophet of the past. You can attain the levels of the souls of His Holiness the Christ, or bless His name Muhammad. It's you who puts the limitation, not your soul. And through that, if sharing of a body and a bread could reach 2.2 billion people on this planet after 2,000 years, maybe 1 million of us can reach a few handful of the souls of Rothschild and Prime Minister of Israel and the people who run their country. That they open their gates of their soul to their body, that we find peace and through it we find development. The maturity of the man has come when there has been equality. For years they spoke about the slavery, how much a slave they used to make the pyramids of Egypt. And now that documents have been translated and stones have been read, we find out has been very, very little between the top man in the army and the soldier who pushed the stones. Because there was equality. Because without one, the other one couldn't complete. Maybe it's time to share the soul, not the prayers. And then we can reach a point of 300-400 years of Rothschild financing wars to create money more. We give them all the wealth, but at the same time we give the wealth from the soul, not the physicality. If man makes history of the people who financed wars and created conditions for wars to be created, in the time coming you'll find out no one of them will reach beyond the solar cell of this solar cell. Because the life in universe will not allow them to pass. So even for those who call themselves the financiers of the war, and every war, the ones who speak about the war, they start learning about the war. Till we don't stop the wars in man, in himself and with his nations and with his rest of the fellow man, we have not developed the structure to be able to join the universal condition. It's very, very strange. 10 years ago, all the Western nations were in a hurry to get to Iraq because it was a lot to rob. Central bank was full of gold. And today, the same nation is under more threat and nobody wants to go in because they already robbed the central bank. We might send a few drones and we might attack a few people, but the country is in total, absolute chaos. Because there is no more money to rob, there is no interest because they know they robbed it. Maybe if we rob all the nations of all their gold, Rothschilds will not be interested in any more wars. I pray for your souls. All of you under any name of company or whatever you work on there. Is not building a reactor to match the soul of these people, to affect them. Their souls has to receive so much that by saturated, has no choice but to find a position to become part of. And because all of us, we have a mother gene connection, we can reach these people very easily through our souls. If we punish the Rothschilds or the people who finance these kind of wars for over years, because the war makes money by selling the arms and then by development afterwards, there'll be no guns left and there'll be no names left to be, what do you call it, proud of what they do. There is a reason we are here in Italy. We sit not very far from the house of Christ, and we closest sit to biggest arm manufacturing factory in the world. Every time I go to Brescia, I feel death. I feel the clunk of how much death is planned in this city, and I pray for the soul of the people, and one day these workers will not go to work to make guns. Sometimes I think what happens if the material now they're using here, all the carbons and all the other things to make the guns and all the ammunition they're planning and they're building here within kilometers from here, can be used to make gases to feed the rest of the world and make systems that we can fly out of this place, what is about to come to it. There is 40% unemployment in Italy. 40% between age of 18 and 35. How can we put so many people back to useful contribution to the community and humanity? Not by guns. Not by killing. I hear a lot of people saying it's their program to kill as many people as they can kill, to feel power, they enjoy torturing and killing. You have to give enough to the soul that that habit of man disappears. Devil doesn't exist except within the man himself, when he cannot accept the work of his own physicality in response and parallel to his emotions and his soul. Let us learn to pray by giving freely from our soul, that we elevate them. And Rothschilds and the people who finance these wars for centuries need a lot of it, because it's become their habit. They don't see how low they are. They become so low in their soul level that to them, that's the only position they know. Let us share our souls with the Pope and with all the religious leaders, that through them we find, through their soul, to the soul of their, what we call Commander-in-Chief, which is the Christ, bless his name, and Muhammad, bless his soul, and Moses, God's name be on him. That there follows through their name they'll find peace and balance. Thank you very much for today.
Thank you.
And I hope you enjoy life.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was amazing.
Thank you very much. See you next Thursday.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Bye.
Okay, if that didn't stir your soul, I don't know what could. A beautiful delivery by Mr. Keshe. As he says, he knows how to teach and he knows how to deliver. This was back in 2014. We're still facing the same issue, but now we understand we can use our energies and our souls to reach and touch and elevate the others into a higher position. And they do need a lot of it. So again, we continue this process until we reach a peaceful, permanent peace on this planet. So let's just take 5 minutes of silence again and implement what has just been discussed. And it's not a day job. We continue this process every day with the Brazilian intention, Wednesday, the soul teaching, anytime before you go to sleep. As he said, do it not just once a time, but do it all the time. Let's take 5 minutes starting now. We can discuss this after. you all for your continued participation in this process. And one of the beauties of it, as we've heard, is nobody fails this test. We all have unique fields. We all are in touch with the souls of those who are creating these sorts of situations. But again, it's not a day job. It needs a continuing reinforcement because these souls are so low. That's the only position they think they can be in. So thank you all. Again, you can join the Brazilian efforts collectively. You can join in your own language community, and you can do it anytime you'd like. If it's your wish to see peace, Path of Peace is made very clearly. It's the soul of the collective. Awareness, by giving, will create that position of change. No other thing. And when we reach the tipping point, we will start to see the end of the wars that have been going on for centuries. So feel privileged that you're in this position to even be aware of your soul and use that energy to change the situation for the others, that we can come into a peaceful, permanent condition on this planet. And then that's not the end all. We move into interactions with the universal community. Thank you all again for your continued participation in this process. And now the part of the program we've all been waiting for. Let's get interactive with Alex. Alex, if you're still with us, I know I didn't afford you any overtime, but how would you like to proceed? Thank you for being here and being patient in the background.
Well, welcome everybody. Thank you very much for that introduction, and thank you very much for leading us here. I'm going to see if we've learned anything with the new technology. And so I'm going to try and do share. Let's play. And I'm going to carry on with the disclaimer, as we are obliged to do.
Okay, I'm still holding the screen. I haven't seen it change over yet. There it goes. Perfect.
And here we go.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And welcome. Good afternoon, everybody. I want to welcome you to the North American team meeting. And I want to thank you all for coming around, because it's been quite an eventful week. There's no question about it. And also, we are experiencing a lot of changes, and it's really hard to describe. But that doesn't mean we're not going to try. And as it is the North American team meeting, I must welcome all the other participants from all the other continents, because that's what makes this meeting so powerful. We are in the third place here, the Knowledge Seeker Workshop on Thursdays, the Brazilian community on Fridays, and the North American team on Sundays. And we try and put this whole puzzle together because we have over 6,000 hours of teaching. And we've only reached less than 14% of the population. So we have a lot of work to do. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, teachings on plasma science. We're talking about intermediate transmission. The subject today is proximity. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is February 18th, 2024. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. Yes, so welcome, because this is a continuation of the intermediate teachings that we began several years ago. And what we're trying to do is to not only condense 6,000 hours of teaching and more, but also to understand that there are scientists and there are lay people, and we all need to be able to explain it in our own way. And so we're trying to bring things together so that you can do that. And so please feel free to cherry pick, take what you understand and apply it in your teachings, because people depend on you. And if you don't think that's true, then you wouldn't be here. And where are you? Where is your proximity? So we find that we're all from different nations, from different continents, and yet here we are within proximity. And why are we using such a fancy word? And so the thing is when I first heard about this, I couldn't understand why that is so important. I didn't understand the meaning. And then I really realized, despite any education and despite how many years of practice, words still have different meanings. And it doesn't help when social media distorts meanings. So it contributes to what we call our donkey hesitancy, because we always are seeking the lowest energy state. And why not? Water always seeks the lowest level. But the lowest energy state is actually very low. And not to say that it doesn't have any features. So, we like walking, but we find that rolling is faster. And jumping and flipping are a lot of fun. But life is hard. And so we say we have to get up on the horse. And what does that mean? Well, you see, the horse is walking faster than the man is walking. So either way, we're going step by step, or maybe we're going step by cycle. And then the question is, how many steps and how many cycles? And it's kind of like saying, well, what are the ingredients of the cake? And what is the recipe of the cake? And so we could say, well, in order to make this cake, we need the ingredients in close proximity. And that, of course, would be within hand's reach, right? Because if you're making a cake on the kitchen table, you need to have these ingredients at hand. And then what do you do with these ingredients? Well, of course, you put them in a bowl and you mix them all up. And you do this as per recipe. And yet we find out, given the same recipe, given the same ingredients, and changing the person who prepares it somehow changes the cake. And of course, we try to mechanize this so that the cake tastes the same regardless of which country you're in. And we see this with fast food franchises as they distribute themselves around the world. And one of the bragging features, of course, is that a burger in North America tastes the same as a burger in Asia. Well, it's made by machines. And yet we can change the flavor of the cake, and we can change the enjoyment of the cake. We have to take some things into consideration. So let's talk about proximity and what it actually means. So we are confused a little bit because we talked about it in the past about nearness. And so there's a nearness and then there's a closeness. So proximity has a special characteristic because it has a nearness in space, time, and relationships. Well, gee, isn't that what we're talking about? Space and time, how handy. So when we're talking about the proximity, we have to have a reference to distance. So maybe we can speak of something as being middle distant, distant, or far distant, or we can say that something is in close proximity, meaning that the amount of closeness is that it is, well, it's quite close. Also, in the proximity can mean in the area, but not quite close. So if you're baking that cake and it's more than arm's reach away, and you may skip that ingredient. But when we're looking at the universal order of creation of matters, we can't skip anything. And so this is outlined in book number 1 by Marin Tevakoli Keshe, where we're featuring the universal order of the creation of matter. And as these things come together, we see the combination of matter, dark matter, and antimatter. And so this is the recipe, and these are the ingredients, and the maghreb is the cake. But we have another cake. And so in book number 2, the structure of the light, is we have to understand that each of these ingredients in its own turn is a cake. And so when these cakes all come together, they form another cake. And there is a connection. And it's more than just the cake maker. And then, of course, once you have the cake, then you want to share the cake. And so, like a pie, we cut up the pie. And so in book number 3, we have the origin of the universe. And so what does that mean? Is that the beginning? Or is that the creation of the universe, which comes from the creation of matter? And so this requires deep thinking. And unfortunately, our language is not descriptive enough. And so we have gone on another direction with the transmutation preparation sessions. And we just completed the February 16th session. And that was the second one. The next one will be on March 29th. And then they will follow for a set of 6. And there's no guarantee that we will graduate. There's no guarantee that we will complete the transmutation, but there definitely will be a preparation. So we keep going with the one nation, one planet, one race for justice and world peace. After 313 weeks in a row, we timestamp our efforts and say, obviously, we're not there yet. And you wonder how many cooks are making the dinner. And we're searching for outer space. And are we really? We don't know how to search, and we don't know what outer space is. And we confuse space with outer space. Not the same thing. Because we've only achieved that little tiny perfect universe in the bottom right-hand corner, that little piece of pie in the sky. We call it man's universe. Totally ignoring the rest of the universe. And so as we're searching for outer space, trying to achieve that nearness and proximity to get to that plasma highway to that pi in the sky and beyond. There is a beyond. There is a beyond on this plasma highway because that plasma highway goes to somewhere and comes from somewhere, and not only one where, more than one where. But we're not there. We're on the transmission highway. We're only discussing the transmission because it's part of the communication. And so when we're discussing the communication, we want to discuss the method of the communication. We're not even discussing who we're communicating with. So it's kind of like baking this pie, but we haven't discussed who we're going to feed. And so when we look at the universal embodiment, and we find that there are so many things that we don't understand, and you wonder why we're going into such detail, and especially now we're talking about the intermediate transmission. Why are we so worried about this terminology? And so when we look at how all of us have been taught, we see that the foundation of our knowledge has actually not been rock solid, as we've been led to believe. Because clearly, if we have this little piece of pie in the sky and we call this Earth, and thank you very much, I really enjoy being on Earth. However, it's only part of the rest of what's going on. And so we can only go so fast on Earth. And then we see that the speed of light is the fastest transmission, because that's what we see. We see the rest of the universe. And if that is the fastest transmission, being the speed of light, we've never questioned if that is true. But since the speed of light has a way of being measured, then if we measure things on Earth, we can do this, because most of the things we measure are smaller than we are. But what happens if it's bigger than you are? So clearly, if everything else is bigger than you are and everything else is going at the speed of light, then if you want to go at the speed of light, then you have to get bigger as well. And you need to be bigger if you want to measure this bigger thing. But even once you measure that, it doesn't answer the question, what is beyond? So somewhere, somehow, we found the creation of the universe. And how is this universe created? So we understand that it exists from energy. And since energy is always positive, then the charge reflects the motion. So as we said in book number 1, we started from the creation of matters. And then in book number 2, we had a connection. And in book number 3, we created multiple fields that we can connect to. And so we find that all these things work in combination. And so here we are discussing a very basic transmission on how we connect, because what we have is different points of view of what we call communication. So we think of communication as listening to someone talking, listening to the radio or watching TV. But what about this communication when we made the cups of life and we created this GANs? Like, where did that come from? Because nothing in this pie, none of the ingredients in this pie were GANs. None. And not even the person who made the cup of life contributed that GANs. Or did they? Because there was a person within proximity, and that person had an inner space that reflected an emotional strength. And as a result, the cups of life created this radiance manifestation of carbon dioxide GANs, calcium GANs, zinc GANs, copper GANs, water GANs, and amino acid GANs, which is only representative of some of the GANSs that we have, and was only representative of some of the GANSs that we are created from. And so the two primary GANSs that we had were zinc and copper, because the zinc represented our emotional construct and the copper represented our physical construct. And so that would have been one pairing in proximity to create something from something else that also had to be in proximity. And so we find that that was the amino acid, just to keep things simple. So the point of the matter is that to understand proximity, we have to understand the criteria of a relationship. And so it's from your point of view, so you can be very selective and you can choose to include things, or you can choose to exclude things. And because you're very selective, it's always very subjective because it's from your point of view, and your point of view could very easily be prejudiced. And why not? Because you're the one who knows the purpose of this reference. So there are many examples of this, and I will let you work on those examples. What we have to understand is that when we're understanding plasma dilution, we want to review page 154 of book number 1. At the inception of plasma, the antimatter components of the plasma were created by the stronger plasmatic magnetic fields. I guess the antimatter components were in the proximity of the plasmatic magnetic fields, would you say? So the future is plasmatic magnetical fields based through the production of controlled plasmatic dilution technology reactors. So these reactors would have to be in proximity. Well, what does that mean? How close is close? How far is far? And how big is large? And so when we look at the periodic table of elements, here's the problem. You see, my dear Watson, the elements are elementary, and life is much more complex. So when we look at the sum of the parts, they are greater than the sum of the parts. So it's a matter of more than just knowing the details versus the details of knowing. We have to take more into account, you see, because there's an inertia of plasma, and it's said to be due to the total collection of PM ticks of the constituent matters of atoms and molecules of an object, which are in fact interacting and attracted with each other and any other matter or matters or magraphs. So the principle of inertia is applicable to the dark matters and the antimatters, as well as the matter components of the plasma in the universe. Well, there's a pretty nebulous statement. And so the thing is, when we're looking at these periodic table of elements, we have to understand that they are the product. They are the product of a combination of field forces coming together. So in other words, these elements are the cake. And nowhere do you see the ingredients. Oh, sure, the periodic table of elements is the cake. And so, you know, the carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and hydrogen, these are all, you know, the ingredients of the cake. And so you would be correct in saying that. And that would be within the range of what you understand. And so that range becomes very, very important, because when we're discussing this nearness and this proximity, because it affects the inertia, and the inertia is two fields interacting. And so if we are saying that the inertia of the periodic table of elements is based on the elements, but what we're not saying is what is the inertia of the elements, because we can't see that. So there is a nearness and proximity that is affecting the inertia of the elements. And is that the same proximity? And is that the same nearness that the elements are interacting with to create the inertia of the table of elements? Okay, so I know you just wanted that little piece of pie. Okay. Well, the terminology, as we've seen progress, and we understand that transmission is the x-axis and it represents rotation, and transition is the y-axis, which represents polarity. But since we're discussing transmission, and transmission is part of that dimension, then a dimension has to have this interaction of the x-axis and the y-axis. And if that is part of the transmission, then both the x-axis and the y-axis are representative of a transmission. And so this is how two forces come together. And finally, we understand how the PM takes, when they come together, they create this dimension. And this dimension has an x-axis and a y-axis dimension. And as we've said, this is all energy in motion, and energy is always positive. So once we have this coming together of these energies, they become part of this field capture. And this field capture represents the x-axis transmission and the y-axis transmission, except to say that the x-axis is parallel to the ground and the y-axis is perpendicular to the ground, but it doesn't remain the same in its nature or character or conformity. So it also moves. And so if you look at the left picture and then you look at the right picture, and everything is the same, except that on the right picture, it seems to be more dense. And furthermore, the right picture is to the right of the left picture. So that's not the same position either, is it? So what is the difference in this position? And we discussed this at great length for the past few weeks, because we want to see this x-axis transmission, which is on the ground. But, we have to get this rotating field and put it perpendicular to the ground. And then we discussed that it rotates, and every rotation is a cycle, and that moves along the ground. And depending on the circumference of the cycle, tells you how far you go in one cycle. And then depending on the speed of the rotation, will tell you how far you can go. And so we've wondered how we move. And so we find that there has to be an input rotation that is perpendicular to the motion. So the output motion is aligned with the rotation. That is good, okay, because that way you won't have any screeching tires. And we find that if you get in the car, that car becomes the containment for your body. And so you can move along this x-axis dimension, provided there's an input motion. And then the other resolution that we came up to was that there is a change in the difference in position. And so as we move along, this rotation continues. And so we find that as each cycle moves, it moves to another position. But in between these positions, there has to be another cycle. And so it too moves between cycles. Is that enough detail? Well, maybe not. So maybe we need another cycle to move through this cycle. Is that enough? Well, it all depends on if the first cycle is ready to repeat its cycle. And so then we find this motion repeating, repeating, and repeating. And so you remain the same, the car remains the same, but there's a difference in position. As long as we have these cycles and they continue, and as long as the gaps are filled. So filled gaps and lots of cycles creates transmission. But how big is large? And so here comes a relationship with the cycles, because it's always a comparison of the diameter versus the circumference. And the answer is always pi. So it doesn't matter if it's a cycle of pedaling or the cycle of the wheels. And then if you have different diameter of wheels, so you find that even though you change the size of the wheel, the reference of the diameter versus the circumference is still pi. It doesn't change. Well, how can the diameter change and the circumference change and the cycles change and the distance change? Pi doesn't change. So the x-axis dimension of the circumference and the relationship of the y-axis dimension of the diameter is constant. So something is moving. So we find that the energy is always positive. So the positive and negative has nothing to do with the energy. It has everything to do with the motion. And so the motion is based on the negative charge giving and the positive charge taking. But if it gives to itself and takes from itself, then it's like a dog chasing its tail, isn't it? And we call that a binding energy. But if the negative is giving to another and the positive is taking from another and not necessarily the same one, then the energy can be flowing. So we find that this duality, the energy can be flowing or binding. Okay, well, this is good. And as Herman Weyl described, there's no such thing as one and the same energy, which constitutes a charge at two adjacent increments of time. Well, why is that? Well, that is because there's movement. So if you have one energy and that energy changes its position, it can't be the same energy, because the cause of changing that position came from somewhere. And that where it came from had to have an element of proximity. And so this is the embodiment of the principles of flow and connection. So when we're looking at how we move, it can be more than just rolling. Maybe we're spinning. And so we have what the y-axis we say is based on polarity, but if it's spinning, it will be spinning around that pole. And if the x-axis is based on rolling, and that rolling is around a spindle or an axle, well, if it's spinning, then the axle is spinning also, isn't it? And so how do we go now as we're spinning along? And what is the difference in that position? Because clearly we can see, and we do this with sports because we play with balls and we kick balls and we throw balls and we lob them and all sorts of things. Play golf, play tennis. But in the rotating fields, in the rotating cycles, we have this measurement. And so there's this relationship of frequency and wavelength. And what is interesting is that the speed of light is constant. But the speed of light has colors. The colors of the speed of light are also constant. What changes is the wavelength and frequency. So as the relationship comes together, we find that the relationship of the wavelength to frequency is constant for all the colors. So depending if you're getting different sources, excuse me, depending on the nearness and proximity, you can change the color. One moment, please. So hopefully I've given you some time to read about Planck's constant, because it kind of limits the size of our universe, doesn't it? Because it's a universal constant and defines the quantum nature of energy. And so if we say the component of the light is a photon, and that photon has a frequency, so we understand that it'll also have a wavelength, and so we can measure its energy. And it always comes out to the same thing, but there's always a relationship. So we could say it has to do with joule seconds or meters per kilogram second units. A relationship, 2 dimensions, at least. So we have these dimension effects. So the x-axis transmission of the light is constant, but by changing the dimension effects, we can change the color of the light. Well, we can also change the dimension effects of the x-axis and the transmission of the colors of light. So if the frequency of the light is changed, then so will be the color. So the distance of this transmission has to be based on something. And of course, we wanted to base it on the length of the foot. And, you know, your foot and my foot are totally different. So we had to pick somebody's foot. So maybe we picked the king's foot. But that's not very scientific. And so we find that different people have different feet, and different feet have different bodies. And so these bodies are all unique. There's 8 billion of us. And these bodies are the containment for our soul. So the relationship of the transmission components for your soul and the interaction of these dimensions affects your body size. But the containment is constant, and your soul is constant. So it's the dimension effects that change. And so let's just review the plasma rules as we understand them, because these energy states can change by at least an order of magnitude, and we'll be talking that further in the weeks. But fundamentally, the higher energy state feeds a lower energy state. And so this is important to know because we're still talking about transmission in the lowest energy state. And so energy state changes can manifest through natural creation or natural decay. Well, if we're going to go to the lowest energy state, then we are talking exclusively about natural decay. And if energy transfer is catalytic or non-consuming, then the only relationship we have to that is something that is stable. And right now, the most stable things in our world happen to be the Earth and the Sun. And so they also follow the rules in terms of energy transfer rates. And they do this by many orders of magnitude. But the most important thing to understand is that plasma can absorb these fields, and plasma is a barrier of fields. So proximity has a lot to do with it. So if we're talking about space, we have to identify, is that inner space or is that outer space? And since there's no such thing as ordinary space, because man has never been into outer space, with a rocket anyway, there's also Earth space or man space. And it's these two spaces which affect time. So when we say time, then it has to do with travel distance. That's very important to us. You know, how long is it going to take for you to drive to work? Well, I need to know how far I'm going and how fast I'm going, and I need to get there on time. But what happens if we're discussing an era? You know, and so we want to have a discussion about that era, and the things that we discuss have to have some kind of relationship to that era. And can we discuss that intelligently? So we all have to have some kind of proximity to our understanding of that era. And then, of course, we talk about this relationship. And so if it's the immediate relationship, it could be the family. But if it's generational, then it could be the genome. Or it could be the spectrum. And then, of course, when we look at the spectrum, and we see that it's a reflection of the magnetical positioning based on the gravitational field force of the sun and the gravitational field force of the earth interacting, creating inertia, which manifests itself in a spectrum, a physical color spectrum, a fingerprint. And in this case, it's hydrogen. And it's constant. So to understand basically these two dimensions, we can graph them. And so if we take these cycles and we find that one rotation of the cycle takes your position to the bottom of the next cycle, and continuation of that takes you back to the top, which is a repetition of the first cycle. So although it looks like we have 3 cycles here, 1, 2, 3, we find that the completion of the cycle involved the totality of these 3 positions, but not only. And so for those who are looking at the flat Earth theory, the problem when you look at the X and the Y dimension, and then you look at the flat Earth from its side, does not account for the hills and the valleys and the oceans below. And if you're hanging off the edge of the flat Earth, would you want to be hanging off a granite rock, or would you be wanting to hang off a puddle? And so as we're looking for the stairway to heaven, we find that where we are is based on our stability. And so our stability increases as we become more complex. And so I guess that's a good thing, because when we're looking at the periodic table of elements, we're obviously made of more than hydrogen, because that's the simplest element. And so depending on how we navigate through these two dimensions, affects our susceptibility, doesn't it? You know, are we going to be low or are we going to be high? Are we going to be magnetical or are we going to be gravitational? Are we going to be on that stairway to heaven or are we going to step beyond? And see, all of these discussions are within our proximity of understanding. So these dimensions have to do with transmission. So the x-axis is actually a transmission dimension, and the y-axis is a transmission dimension. And so depending on the interaction of these two transmissions, and we've seen that in the color charts, will affect the color, and we've seen it in the spectrum, will affect the identification of the element. And it will also affect the susceptibility. And so when we look at frequency, we can see that the frequency applies to the x-axis. And so the frequency may be regular or may be irregular, but sometimes it goes up and sometimes it goes down, and then that cycle repeats. And we can clearly see that it's not that uniform. And then, of course, there's another factor. What happens on the y-axis? So we see the y-axis dimension actually becomes amplitude, which means higher field strength, doesn't it? So yes, we can change the frequency and we can change the amplitude. And so this affects the transmission. The transmission in the physicality or beyond. So when we look at the stairway to heaven, we can see that the x-axis is based on frequency and the y-axis is based on amplitude. And so how we navigate through this not only affects our position, but it affects our susceptibility. And so as we continue, we find that really the frequency has to do with nearness. And the amplitude has to do with proximity. So in other words, if we increase the frequency, the nearness of the cycles increases. And if we increase the amplitude, then the proximity takes more into account. And so what you think is close proximity may actually have to take into account distant proximity. And this, of course, is going to affect susceptibility. And if at this point you're saying, well, I just still want that pie. I just want to know if it's a cherry pie or a blueberry pie or a cheesecake. You have to understand these concepts if you're going to enter into a scientific discussion, because there's this other anomaly. And if we see that the frequency represents the path link, then the amplitude and the proximity represents susceptibility. So the stairway cannot be susceptibility. So what is the stairway? Oh, there. The anomaly is resolved. The stairway is the inertia the inertia between the path link and susceptibility. So the relationship is constant within that dimension. And so we've seen this happen. We've seen a transmission freakout, didn't we? This was 2 Thursdays ago when people found out that they could change their frequency and they could change their amplitude. And it both came together. Well, we call this panic. This is a picture of panic. And we haven't even really gone one step beyond. What happens there? What kind of freak out will we have if we go one step beyond? And if you remember the GANS freak out we had when we went from the nanocoating to the GANS is like a popcorn with a gas in the center. So you could say it's kind of like a GANS explosion. There's another kind of freak out. And this totally makes sense because we're full of GANS within our containment, the containment of our skin. And so we find that the containment within our skin is the inertia that comes from the magnetical x-axis and the gravitational y-axis. This becomes a transmission maggraph. Well, this is good. Now we have a maggraph. But how do we move? And so one of the ways, obviously, is to bind the energy, which we need to do by being self-serving. We need to do that as well. But we've chosen to do it at the expense of others, that this is a custom on this planet. And so when you understand that the energy binding and the self-serving attitude of the person that you're stealing from also needs to do energy binding and self-serving, he is now being robbed. So how does he fulfill his energy binding? So either he creates a barrier so that you can't steal, or he robs from someone else. Well, that would be the obvious solution because that would satisfy his proximity, wouldn't it? But can we draw that energy from another source? And so we find that this energy transmission is a two-way street. And so all we've discussed are the two dimensions, the x-axis dimension and the y-axis dimension, but we understand it's a two-way street. So, and also it can go in two directions. And we've already seen that we can do two different sizes. So not just in the one bicycle, but we can have another bicycle with two different dimensions. And that bicycle could be a different dimension from the first bicycle. And in fact, we can have one car bigger than another car. And so we see that we have two variables. These variables create something that is constant. We have an embodiment. So we have another transmission anomaly, yes, don't we? And we figured this out last week because how does the car from position 1 go to position 1A? And we discussed this because it has these cycles, which are based on frequency, times these cycles, and that equals time. And then if you take these frequency times the wavelength, that equals the distance. So there's a difference in this x-axis dimension to go from position 1 to position 1A. Still the same car. And so we see that the planet in many ways does the same thing. It rotates. That's the x-axis, and it rotates around its polarity. That's the y-axis. And it does this every day and for 360 days and a little fudge bit every year, and very reliable. And it does this because it has this binding energy transmission where it absorbs in and more in through the force fields of attraction, and this contributes to its gravitational stability. Well, this is good. We want stability. So as we move along and we move along one cycle, in order to move along, we have to absorb this energy to facilitate this cycle change or this cyclical rotation. But the Earth is also contributing to its magnetical stability by elevating the energy transmission out. And then more is out. We call this emission, and it comes through the force fields of repulsion. And it contributes to the stability. So in order to move along, energy has to come in and energy has to go out and more energy has to come in. And so we succeed in moving from position 1 to position 1A, even though the embodiment of our body remains the same and the embodiment of the car remains the same. So the only difference is the position. Well, we could have a proximity anomaly because it doesn't necessarily mean next to. Because it could be a difference in position without a direct connection. So in this case, we've removed 2 of the cycles. How did we bridge these cycles? Because we're still having this time and distance difference in position from position 1 to 1A. So if we look at the rest of the universe and we see this overlapping proximity, so we know there's a sun space and a planet space and a moon space, and then that space in between, we call the in-between space. And each of these fields is contained. So what contains these fields? And so these fields have to do with proximity. So if the fields are overlapping, then the proximity is overlapping. Well, how do you judge proximity? How much is enough? How big is large? So let's just complicate things a little bit, because when you drive your car, you're not alone. You want to go from position 1 to position 1A, and someone else there wants to go from position 2, position 2A, and it just so happens to overlap the x-axis dimension on the ground that you are traveling on. And so you have an overlapping proximity, and both are doing a transmission. So what does this mean? It means that in addition to this two-way street, we also have 2 lanes, at the very least. So this is the transmission proximity. So in other words, more than one transmission can travel on the same road. You can travel in 2 directions on the same road. And you can have 2 different sizes on the same road. You can have 2 different embodiments on the same road. This is the transmission proximity. So it when you're looking at the Earth space embodiment and you say, well, wait a second, man space is very undependable. We have too many variables. But Earth space is a common denominator, right? All of us here, all 8 billion of us here are on Earth space, and it's much more dependable. So we find that the cycles are maggrav dependent. We agreed on that. The frequency of the cycles are maggrav dependent. Okay, we agreed on that. And the containment is maggrav dependent. But this containment is based on nearness and proximity. And so we find that this containment is based on GANS binding, which requires an excessive input. And so we added this rotation. And in that process, we created an extreme offsetting to allow those plasma fields to be released. And we have a lot of stability, not only in our physicality, but in the plasma stability. We just all need to be fans of man and understand transmission, that the release of the binding energy precedes the retrieval of the beneficial energy. The field release precedes the field capture. The giving precedes the taking. The emission precedes the absorption. Being plasma dominant precedes being physical dominant. And our focus is on our dimensions. And so the conclusion is not man-space centric, it's probably Earth space centric. But there's another conclusion about the sun space dimension, and that's not conclusive. Because what we do know is that the containment is dimension centric. And so therefore the proximity of the containment is dimension centric as well. So there is matter plasma that is physical and a matter plasma that is plasmatic. So the plasmatic is feeding and the physical is a feedback of that dimension. And we remain feedback dominant. How can you be dominant in one dimension and be in balance? So we do have an ability to do proximity positioning. So when we have this one-track mental binding to this containment, that requires an excessive emotional input. But in order to create, we have to have an extreme offsetting so that we can release in cycles ideas, wishes, courage, and love from a containment without being consumed, without having to rob anyone. Because here we are in the post-November the 11th, 2023 era of choices, and we do have choices. Except if we want to stay in the Earth space, we have no choice but to recognize that there is an outer space and an inner space, and in order to get there, we can't rob from others. It behooves us to enhance others. And so this is how we achieve the greater oneness. And 525 knowledge seeker workshops in a row, we're trying to transcend the limitations of nuclear science by introducing the plasma science. And so the Keshe Space Plasma research teams are gathering together around the world to bring the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science and welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers. There's a World Peace Treaty. It's important for you to sign. It is your ticket to the universal community, because is man cornered in a two-dimensional universe, Or can man find heaven through field transmission of vertical motion with the guidance of forward motion and perpendicular rotation? One thing is constant. We're constantly searching for the heartbeat frequency of truth. And the nearness and proximity of containment is foundational for transmission. We just have to learn what to take into account. And so the plasma science needs to continue to be delivered daily in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. And this is the end of the lesson, end of the trip. Thank you so much for joining me.
All right. Thank you very much, Alex, for sharing your time, your knowledge, helping us to understand a little bit more. But I think I got lost in some of these words myself, which is not unusual since I'm still in the first class, let's say. But we can open it up to the participants if they'd like to raise a question, a comment, an objection, a clarification. And I'm sure Alex can handle that. Did that transmission come over, Alex?
Can't you hear it? The silence, isn't the silence deafening?
Yeah, yeah. You know, this, you come up with proximity positioning. And did you actually test this?
Yeah, well, yes, I did. But the thing is
Tell us how you could run a test on proximity positioning or any of the things you've talked about. That's going to be one of my new things, asking people, have you tested this? I hope that's not offensive.
no, it isn't. What I really wanted to say to precede the answer, if I may just give you a little bit of preamble, is that, you know, when I first heard about this, you know, I thought it was, you know, kind of banal, you know, very, very basic. And, you know, I couldn't understand why those in the scientific community were concerned with nearness and proximity. But, you know, the problem is that when you bake your cake, that's all you look at. And yet, what you don't see, let's say, for instance, you're making a blueberry pie. Someone made those blueberries and they were not on the kitchen table. So we don't take that into account. And those blueberries grew in an environment and you don't see that. So you don't take that into an account. And those blueberries weren't necessarily what would you call native blueberries. They may have been artificially created in a greenhouse of a certain genome. And so we find that, like, for instance, I happen to live in one of the best blueberry areas in the world because our area is very polluted. And blueberries can thrive in a polluted environment with an acidic soil. And, you know, how do they do that? So when you compare the taste of those blueberries with the taste of blueberries, let's say they come out from another province, which are greenhouse grown, they just don't taste the same. And then, of course, if you try the blueberries that you get at the supermarket, and they're also different. So, you know, we don't take all of that into account. So the quality of the ingredients has a lot to do with it, but that's not what's on the recipe. The only thing that's on the recipe is, if I'm making a blueberry pie, I'm getting these blueberries. And so we limit ourselves. And the moment we limit ourselves, then we say, okay, well, that's all I'm going to take into account. Well, that's not how science works. And you know, this is very good, because if you were to let's say have an artificial human, and you know it was factory produced and they were all the same, well, maybe the first one might get you excited, but then you know, once the 100th one comes off the assembly line, oh, you'd be kind of bored. You say, well, that's the same thing, that's more of the same. So where does the spice of life come from? And so this comes from the nearness and proximity of things that have a relationship, and they transcend space and time. This is the key point. And so when I was introduced to this, and I say, oh, I never took that into account. I didn't know enough to take that into account, if you take my meaning there. So what does that mean then? Well, if you get a feeling, and you say, oh, I'm thinking about something, or more in particular, thinking about someone, you haven't thought about that person maybe months or years, and 2 days later that person shows up. Did you call them? Did they call you? You don't know. They show up unannounced. You thought about them 2 days ago. Did they think about you 2 days ago? And let's say, for argument's sake, that they did. Well, if they thought about you and you thought about them, that would put you in proximity, wouldn't it? And then how do you get the nearness? Because at that point in time, I have no idea where they are. I just thought of them. And where exactly was that place that I thought of them? What space was it in? He said, oh, I thought of it. Really? And what color was the room? And was the room square, or was it round, or, you know, were you in a plane or were you in a boat? And so, well, that doesn't matter. I just thought of them, and they were there, but it obviously was overlapping your environment that you were in, right? Because you were already in physicality, and then suddenly you think about them. You haven't moved from your physicality, but your thought has moved. So now you have an idea, right? You have an idea of something coming, and you say, well, I don't know where this idea came from. You know, I have no clue. But you know, in the past, I would discount that. Okay, well, I can't discount it anymore, because it didn't just happen once. It happens frequently, and it happens more and more frequently. And so this is kind of it's become kind of fun. And if I pay attention to that, and I say, hey, nothing is nothing. Something is always something. I had an idea, or I had this excessive emotional input. Fortunately, in the physicality, we have a delay in consequences. So if I felt the presence of this individual 2 days ago, that might be a good thing. Because had that presence manifested right away, it could have been embarrassing or it could have been inconvenient. So there was a field created, an idea or a wish. Hey, you know, I want to go see so and so. That's a wish. Or, you know, oh, I really, you know, I missed the love of my life. You know, wouldn't it be nice if I could, you know, see that person? And boom, you know, a couple of days later, you see that person, you go, "Oh, wow, how did that happen?" You know, so, or, you know, it could just be a simple thing like a phone call. And that would be a equal type of manifestation. The point of the matter is that there's a proximity positioning, and that we have to understand that and recognize that and use that as an asset. And if we do, then we can transcend the limitations of these dimensions and understand that this is part and parcel of transmission. And transmission is what we're talking about as part and parcel of communication. So when you say communication, well, courier can deliver a parcel. That's a form of communication. A cell phone can deliver a phone call. That's communication. The internet can bring on a website. That's a communication. Or you can walk to the grocery store and pick up a cake, and that's a communication. So all of this has to do with positioning. But what causes the manifestation of that position is based on the proximity, and then based on the nearness, because the two are not the same. This is why I've learned to really enjoy the English language, because where I had a real breakdown was when the rapper community decided to get sick. And I thought to myself, what happens if a person is really sick? Would you call the disc jockey or would you call the hospital? Anyway, we all have some decisions to make. And one of those decisions that we have to make is, where did we come from? We came from somewhere that had a proximity to where we are now. And where are we going? We have to have a proximity to where we are now. So we have to be a little bit more clear in how we define our position. How's that for a
Good answer.
general
I don't know
answer?
if I'm up to your understanding of it, but good answer. At least I felt it was good.
Well, this was happening to me a lot, and I owe this to the fact that, you know, I have been on a lot of these monthly sessions, as have you. And, you know, a lot of people come from there and say, oh, you know, I didn't feel anything. Well, the one thing that everybody has felt in common is the nearness and proximity to peace and contentment and calmness. And so what does that mean? Well, the universe is peaceful and content. Earth space is not. So this becomes a noticeable feeling change. Now, if you are in the universal community and if you are peaceful, you will not feel any change. And wherever you go, you will go to some place that has this kind of proximity. And so you can enlist the proximity positioning parameters to go there. The Earth space is not going to be on your travel agenda because it's not very peaceful. So why did we come here? And I think we have to either state that we are either ludicrous, stupid, courageous, or determined. Or where are we? A, B, C, D, E, all of the above.
Or just wanted to have an experience in the matter state.
No, I disagree. This is not a show.
You're welcome to it. Okay, let's see if anyone else would like to raise a point. I see a mic has just come open.
Alex, how many pies were consumed during the building of these slides for this show?
Is that a
I've
trick
been doing this
question?
about 4 years.
They must be old blueberries for, 4 years of pies. That's how many freezers full?
No. It only came one cycle at a time.
Only one cycle at a time. Well, that's
Yes.
pretty good because we're in some pretty wild cycles right now of understanding.
Well,
of
you'd be
the-
proud of me. I missed last week. No pie last week.
No pie last week.
No.
Then there must have been a cake.
No, there were chips.
Oh, now we're diverting from the program.
I'm changing my position. Yeah.
Well, I'd like to thank you for an absolutely awesome teaching today because it opens up a lot of doors to understanding of just what is happening within our community, of understanding the energies and things that we are and that we are creating as we meet every week. And I'd like to also put out the fact that I think everybody should put a nice big collective hug for Diane because she deserves it for all the energy that she's put in to herself and to our circle. So Diane, I put you in my circle of support.
I'm in that circle as well.
Mm-hmm. Agree. You know, Alex, I thought of you yesterday, and it had to do with
I showed up today.
No, it had to do with hockey and Gretzky. I don't know if you're familiar with Gretzky.
Okay, I know what you're going to say. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Go ahead.
You saw a TV commercial.
No.
Oh, okay.
It was a quote. And actually, I thought it could be beneficial for all of us in the transmutation. Now, wasn't he a great scorer? Was that his claim to fame, or what was
Yes,
his?
it was.
Okay.
Yes, it was. And you know, in a roughhouse sport, he was very peaceful. So, you know, at some point in time, he figured it out. You can't score from the penalty box.
So here's the quote. Gretzky said, and I was thinking of this for transmutation: be where the puck is going, not where it is. Did he guide those pucks in a way in through his emotion? Many times you do some of these shots and you just can feel almost you've guided it in. So be where the puck is going, not where it is. Did he will a lot of those scores, perhaps? Obviously, he was one of the greatest players, but did he have some sort of secret advantage that he could use his emotion almost to guide that puck?
I would say yes. And furthermore, what was really good for him is that his teammates shared that emotion. So the exchange of energy was instantaneous, and then you don't have much time. It's a very fast sport in a very
Oh, yeah.
small confined environment, and so you have to think very fast. And I have to tell you, uh, as a former soccer player, when you have players on your team that think that way, as per that quote, it is glorious. Oh my God, the feeling of satisfaction is so wonderful because you know how you have to run all the time, and that's very energy consuming. But if you can run to a position and then have that ball delivered on your foot right in your sweet spot, and then you put it into the net and accomplish your goal, and you know that you had to develop the skill to be able to receive that ball and kick it into the net, but you couldn't do it without the accompaniment of a teammate. I think that's one of the rewards that you get, from playing. And the many games that you lose, you forget about that because they don't compare to that beautiful goal. And Gretzky's quote there brought to mind a situation that I had, and we were playing in the amateur field, and I was playing with another player who had exactly that. And that's what I did. I ran into the position. And would you believe it? I had already lunged forward to the point where I was actually sliding on the ground. So I wasn't running into that, but I had already slid into that position. And with his awareness, he kicked the ball into my foot, and it just went right into the net. And a split second either way, and either a defenseman would have blocked it or a goalie would have stopped it. So it was absolutely perfect. So you don't even have to be a professional player. I never was a professional player, but just in a Sunday kick around and have this wonderful feeling of accomplishment by describing exactly the quote that you just said. And it is truly a wonderful thing. And that isn't just to do with sports. That has to do with a lot of things. And
I thought it related to transmutation. Don't focus on where you are, focus on where you're going. Put your emotions into that position rather than I'm here, I see the same furniture, I'm not going anywhere yet. Focus it on be where the puck is going, not where it is.
And that's all you have time to do, you see. So you've just spoken about something that I just wanted to mention, and that's exactly the same what we're doing through the Keshe Foundation. I mean, you have to do that. You have to be able to transcend those limitations and understand that there's more. There is a beyond, and we can't discuss the beyond because we don't qualify to get there. We have to elevate our thinking and understand that if our limitation is based on the fact that we're stealing from someone else, first of all, we're shortchanging ourselves because we're drawing from the weakest energy. And second of all, we're limiting ourselves because we don't qualify. Well, in order to understand that deficiency, we had to understand beyond nearness. We had to understand proximity. So there is a beyond. That proximity is the beyond. How do you get to the beyond? There has to be an affinity. There has to be some kind of connection. There has to be some kind of relationship. And it transcends space and time, you understand? Carry on, Mark.
Yeah, just passed me a ball. Could I toss it to you
Yeah,
and
yeah.
see if you'd like to make a comment? Five-sided? Six-sided?
Yes. You're so funny. You're so funny. I wasn't going to talk about that this week.
Okay,
But
you were saving that for another class? Okay.
Well,
Fine.
yeah, but we can talk about that then as well. We can talk about it twice. So it's a relevant topic. You know what? I wish I had brought some extra slides because
We could take a look at the transcript, perhaps.
no. I had some slides, and I really wanted to show. I am prepared to answer your question, but okay. Do you remember one of my classes I was talking about the amino acids, and we looked at the codons and the basic structure of the amino acids and how they were hexagonal shape.
Were there
But
anticodons as well?
oh no, energy is always positive. So the codons were basically hexagonal, which represented the Magravs condition, which represented a symmetric stability. So the pentagon represents the sugar. And we found
which we would call the orange pieces here. Would we call these the pentagon?
Yes. Pentagon and hexagon. So, and this is not a secret, as you can see, the main, military headquarters of the United States, that's what they call it. They don't call it the hexagon. So what is the point of the pentagon? It's a sugar. And so if we were to bring in another concept, and that had to do with symmetry and asymmetry. So if we look at the hexagon, and can you enlarge this potato here? And I want to see if I can bring on some annotating.
Okay, that's about as large as I can.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Pretty close.
Okay, where the annotation is, where's the annotation? They moved it again.
It should be on your black bar. One of them may say annotate. To the right of the new share, I'm not exactly how the
right of the new share.
Next to the new share, to the right of the new share, two icons, or it could be under more.
More? Okay, let me try more.
I'm not sure.
What's under more?
Where yours is, but normally it's in that black bar. Mine is 2 squares away from the new share green button.
I'm sorry. There it is.
Got it.
I got it. 180 degrees from where I was looking. It's the way researchers research, right? They're not paid to find, they're just looking. Okay. So if we draw this line here, oh, look, I got the right color too, right? So the top half of this hexagon is symmetric to the bottom half of the hexagon, right? You agree?
Yeah, both pretty much equal.
The left half of this pentagon is symmetrical to the right half of this pentagon. You agree?
Obviously.
We're going to, will this change the color? Oh, this is good. Let's change the color just for giggles. Okay, so the left half of this hexagon with the green line being the dividing line, is equal to the right half of the hexagon is symmetrical. You agree?
Yeah, just by my observation, I would say yes.
Okay. So let's draw this line across the pentagon. Would you say that the top half is symmetrical to the bottom half?
No, now something seems off.
It's called asymmetric. If it's asymmetric, it means it has a tendency to go towards symmetric, symmetric being balanced. So this is the role that sugar plays. It's a form of energy, it's a form of containment, and because it's asymmetric, excuse me, because it's asymmetric, it is always giving and taking energy. And it always gives and takes energy to something that is stable. And a maggrav is stable. It's gravitationally stable. Does that make sense so far?
Please continue.
It's so non-committal. Oh, it's just something else. Now, what we're going to do is we are going to remove this line. So the angle remains as if all 5 lines were part of the pentagon. So now I'm going to ask if we substitute the yellow line for a blue line and say, we said in the past, in reference to the yellow line, that the left side was symmetrical with the right side of the yellow line. Having removed one of the sides, can we say that the left side is still symmetrical with the right side?
I'm sure some could and some would say no.
Okay, so those who say it could, what is the reference that they're referring to?
You'll have to ask them, Alex. I was thinking of just a folding over of it.
Right, right. But we have a problem here, don't we? We have a termination there and a termination there. And so what I'm going to tell you is that there is a movement. So that there is a movement here. Oh, what happened? That was supposed to be red. Hey, how come you don't work?
We haven't seen the red yet. You've picked something else or something.
Okay, I guess I have to
Go back to your color
Oh,
palette.
I went to the wrong thing. Just a moment. I did something wrong here. So let's just do that. One more time. No, what is this? I didn't want, oh, hello. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's do this. So let's do that. And let's do that. And let's do that. So this movement that is going around is having a problem because it can't complete the 5th side. So you would be correct in saying that the left side is symmetric with the right side. And I took out the blue line, right? I'm sorry. So here's the blue line. Well, now it's an arrow. Let me go back.
Right, it just looks like the vertical red arrow's side is a bit longer than the blue squiggly line side.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. A+.
For what?
Well, you have now created out of a supposed symmetric form here, an asymmetric energy flow. So I'm going to take one more color, and I better do this before we run out of colors. I am going to take this line, and I am going to draw it all the way. And so I'm going to say, if we take this hexagonal form and this pentagonal form, and we look at the left side and we look at the right side, and let's put this squiggly line and replace it with a red arrow again, we would agree that both the pentagonal shape and the hexagonal shape would be symmetric along this purple axis. So left of the purple axis would be symmetric to the right side of the purple axis. Right? You agree?
Well, I'd have to do some figuring, but yes, I'll go along with that.
Yeah, well, I'm taking the center point at the top of the pentagon.
Yep.
And drawing it all the way down to the center point on the bottom side of the hexagon.
Yeah, I see what you're aiming for.
Okay, so the left side is symmetric with the right side. And then when we come and take this blue squiggly line to remove this red arrow that completes the pentagon, it is no longer symmetric. It's asymmetric. And what is very interesting is that we are going to insert a field here. Okay. And that field is a hinge. And that hinge is pivoting on this purple axis here, which allows the pentagon to flip independently from the hexagon, even though the two are attached. So what does that mean? That means the hexagon does not have to flip. It does not have to display its symmetric quality. But if the pentagon were to flip, then something would happen here, and that would be that the blue squiggly would now, oh, no, not that, sorry. The blue squiggly would be on the right-hand side. So
I'm just having a hard time envisioning this, but I think I'm getting what you're
well,
delivering.
the pentagon had 5 sides. We removed one side, and it has 4 sides, but these 4 sides are not a square. They have the same angular relationship as the pentagon. So if we were to flip the pentagon from the left to the right, that blue squiggly would then become a purple squiggly. The point is that it's asymmetric. The point being, it acts like a key inside a lock. And the fact of the matter is that you could remove another line. And so if we were to say, take another red line out, right? Then what would happen is that, you know, if that flips over, then that's going to be on this side. So the two blues, if they flip over, are going to be in the position of the two purples. And we can continue with this. So what we're saying is 5 sides makes a pentagon. We remove one side, we have 4 sides left, still in the shape of the pentagon. We remove a second side, we have 3 sides left, still in the shape of a pentagon. We can remove a third side, and the remaining 2 sides will still be in the shape of have a angular difference as that of a pentagon. Every time you flip this from left to right, it would act like a key inside a lock. And the more sides you remove, the higher the susceptibility of energy transfer. However, the most efficient is when you just remove the one side, and that energy then goes to the hexagon and draws energy from another source to complete the pentagon. And then that repeats, and that repeats, and that repeats. And what you have is this constant feeding based on the Krebs cycle. But if you start to remove more and more sides of the sugar, then you start to get a higher and higher craving for sugar. And when you do that, you get into more of an anaerobic condition. And then you get this sugar tooth, sweet tooth, sugar dependency. And the Krebs cycle becomes weakened, and it starts to lead to poor health. So if you want to liken it to a hockey team, if you take 3 players and put them in the penalty box, and you've only got 2 players left to defend, you're going to get massacred. But if you're only shorthanded by 1, you can still play, and you can even still perform. But, you know, it's only going to be a short duration penalty, maybe only 2 minutes, and then the player comes out, the 5th player comes out, and you're whole again. And then you get another penalty, you're short again, and then another player comes out, you're whole again. And this repeats and repeats and repeats. This is how energy is transferred within the Krebs cycle. So if you look at the structure of the amino acids, 2 of which are hexagonal exclusively, and 2 of which are hexagonal with a sugar attachment. It's the rotation on the asymmetric point that causes the key lock and allows energy to flow or energy to be contained. So I hope I didn't confuse you too much. I learned this over 30 years ago when we overcame cancer. And I'm allowed to say that because that's my personal story.
Mhm. Can we check in with our participants? This is a little too sweet for my blood. But obviously a beautiful lesson if you understand it in the depths that Alex understands it.
Well, I wasn't prepared graphically to help you on this, but you know, I hope it's suitable. There's no comments coming from the cheap seats, eh?
They all have the jaw down.
Oh, this is curious. Yeah.
Thank you, for providing this for all of us. I don't know if that's your own football or soccer ball. Does look like it has some wear and tear on it.
So there is one latent lesson in this whole thing, and I think you understand how we're always concerned with polar shifts. Would you concur with that?
Well, it's in the news, but nothing really happens.
Well, yeah, exactly, because this polar flipping is happening, I don't know,
Pretty regular.
260,000 times per second within our body. So, you know, we're constantly jumping and flipping.
But he said those hexagonal shape are a key into the transmutation world. I think if I
Yeah,
got
because
it-
it's stable.
Yeah, there's much more. Obviously, it goes much deeper. But again, we don't have to understand it to use it. And this is the beauty of the new systems. Eventually, I think we will, once you get out on your own and you're untethered, so to speak, but that may be a while or even a generation ahead. I don't know. As he said,
Well, what is
it
important
takes,
to understand is that on the periodic table of elements, carbon is 6.
right, but he was talking about creating the carbon 4, carbon 17, carbon 60, carbon 28, carbon 12, carbon 14, quite a lot to get under your belt there. Or maybe it's just as simple as blueberry pie.
Well, the way I can answer your question is this. I read in the books about the Krebs cycle, and none of them explained it this way. And it left me confused. And when I started to understand that the pentagon is a key in the lock and that it flips, then you know that on a key, the teeth are on the top and then the straight edges on the bottom, or you may have 2 sets of teeth, right? On the top and on the bottom. But the point of the matter is when you flip that key, that's how the key works inside the lock. So what is the difference in the plasma which absorbs a field or is a barrier to fields? There has to be a way to prevent that. So in the one hand, it absorbs the field. Then once that field is absorbed, that field is full. And so it closes. And it does that by flipping its polarity. So it goes from being a taker to being a giver. Once it becomes a giver, then it needs to be fulfilled. So it flips back to be a taker. So this giving and taking is a constant polar flipping.
Okay, let's open it up again to the participants. Is there any further comments, questions, clarifications needed?
Alex, question. Does every surface have the 5-sided, what do you call it? Is it a octagonal?
The pentagon shape?
Pentagon shape, sorry.
Yep. No, I'm, again, this is, I know we've heard Mr. Kesh mention this. Go ahead, sorry.
Well, we have squares and we have triangles. So what is unique about the pentagon is that One would think, if I say to you, can you give me a structure that has four sides? Well, first of all, the most basic one would be a square. But then if I give you the option to say, well, a pentagon missing one side would have four sides.
What about a tetrahedron?
Well, exactly.
That has four sides, three faces we see, and one
yes,
on
it
the
does.
one on the bottom.
Yes, it does.
And that's our star formation.
Right. But the star formation is not symmetric.
Because Mr. Keshe mentioned that the pathway to transmutation in our body is where the location of the pentagon is.
Repeat that, where the location of the one?
Where the
Of
pentagon, yeah, is.
Yeah, yeah. He mentioned that if we look on our skin or
Mhm.
some part of our body, there's a position where there's the location of this pentagon shape.
Is a key
So
to the transmutation. Does that mean we just have to find it and press it like a button? I think
read
it's,
my mind.
I think there's a much deeper meaning, but I just thought I'd throw that in. I was looking at my skin under a magnifying glass and I really couldn't find the
Me
five-sided
too.
shape. Yeah,
Right.
but I think Ed said he saw it somewhere in a picture that was already done somewhere. You could see it under some sort of microscope. But yeah, he said this is the key, and all structures have it, not just man, apparently.
Yeah, that was my question. If all structures have it, so does that mean that that shape is the glue to the structure? Because it looks like is a pathway to transmutation, like he said. So if all structures have that, it has to be the center point holding the structure or the shape.
So you have interchanged the word glue and pathway. So the line that's between the hexagon and the pentagon, that adjoining line, that would be the glue line. But the pathway between the pentagon in the physicality and the pentagon in the plasma reality is the pathway. And the reason for it is because energy comes and goes as the poles are constantly flipping. You're always asymmetric. 5 is an odd number. So if you're looking to balance out, you need another.
Yeah, he's just barely cracked the door open on this mystery as well.
Well, think about it in this way. If the pentagon adds 1, it'll be even. But if the pentagon subtracts 1, it'll still be even. But the subtraction of 1 is different from the addition of 1. And so that's the difference between creation and decay.
Interesting.
Well, I think you've got it, Ike. I think you've when you said pathway, so then the implication is it has to be a pathway from somewhere to somewhere. So now we're talking about book number 2, The Structure of Light.
Exciting times in ahead.
Oh, definitely. Or let me just add, if we want to fully understand this, we have to transcend the limitations of the speed of light. Right? Because what we're looking at is a two-dimensional drawing on a screen here of a soccer ball. But, you know, we have to understand that it's because of the relationship between the hexagon and the pentagon that we have a spherical shape. It would be impossible to have a spherical shape without that difference. And as the French say, vive la différence. Would you like me to clear the screen?
Not unless you want to. I mean, I can minimize this and bring up the transcript, but I don't know if we can see. Let me just see if we can sort of bring this over, or now then it changes the whole.
No, it's okay. We've covered the
Okay.
subject, and we can always review that. But I think
yeah, there's obviously much more to delve into here.
okay, so fundamentally, in summary, take into account symmetric, asymmetric, pole flipping, odds and evens. And so we understand that there is always a direction of flow of energy and motion based on charge. So that's the summary. So I'll clear the screen and let you take over, okay, my friend?
Okay, I think we're about to wrap up here.
Thanks for the question, Herm. That
yeah.
was a beautiful question.
Mhm. Okay, and here's another beautiful memento for all of us. May you be proud of the work you do. May you be proud of the person you are, and may you be proud of the difference you make. Thank you all for joining us today and being part of this change. And apparently it's getting closer to the heart of the government, so to speak, as the Iranian government, the Chinese government, and the American government start into a first step in a process of collaboration in this research and bringing it out into the public. And this will lead to bringing down the barriers or the borders, I think Mr. Keshe indicated. And this is another part of this work. It's not exclusively research. It's coordination, collaboration, and cooperation among nation states, realizing, I think, if they all have very similar technology and are able to transmute, there is no reason for the borders. Although the governments will still apparently try to control this process, Mr. Keshe says, I don't see how it is possible they could. So thank you all for all the work you do and the person you are and the difference we're all making together in this structure called the Keshe Foundation.
One more comment, please.
Please.
This is a key, and this is a keychain.
Mm.
And as you can see that it doesn't have any teeth. It's very symmetric. So it's any door that is like this will be easily unlocked. And so I want to thank everybody for allowing us to continue and allowing me to continue with this presentation. And thank you very much for sitting here with me. And back to you, Mark, and thank you.
Okay, let's play the Keep Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity. Become a trial volunteer, then the final disclaimer, and the meeting will come to an end. Let's give the panelist participants any last thoughts or comments you would like to make. Jefferson says, thank you, Alex, Mark, and everyone. Very happy to see Diane with us. Thank you, Diane. We keep sending the best energy. Good night, day to all. Thank you, Jefferson, for your presence as well. Okay, I think I am sharing the screen so we can go right into it.
Keep Keshe Foundation free for humanity. Become a trial volunteer. And Mr. Keshe is making every effort to keep Keshe Foundation free and independent, and out of control of the multinational corporations. Therefore, we need more knowledge seekers with certain health conditions to come forward and be part of the trials and test. It's different than volunteering for big corporations with huge budgets. For one thing, they pay you to put experimental drugs inside your body because you are taking a risk. With plasma science, it is totally opposite. You are working with plasma fields that cannot damage you, and usually your condition changes or goes away. But you have to pay for it because it's an act of love to help bring the change to humanity. Please, if you can consider volunteering for these trials, not only do you benefit, but you bring benefit to others.
This is the tooth of a child, and you can see it literally to the flesh. And this is very few weeks later. Where the tooth is literally recovering and growing. And when you see the changes are so fundamental. And this is what our doctors and dentists are achieving. This is a life of misery, pain, tooth extraction. And this is today, a few weeks later. And you walk away for all the problems. How far this will go? Will it become a complete tooth in the next 6 months, 12 months? And would we see the changes? Because if you're a dentist and if you're an ordinary man, you can understand the difference between the two. No chemicals, no medicine, nothing was used. The target of our dentists and doctors is to grow a tooth where it has gone. It's been pulled out if it's possible. It's been the dream of the dentists. And using the new technology by them, I'm sure they will try. As you can see, the difference between the two is very clear. We see new bones, new structures, new covers appear. It's the same for us with the what we call the world of salinity. Can we create a condition? Would you like to change the screen, please, Greg? Can we come to the point that with application of the remote, we can deliver directly, for example, to build a piece of wall of a heart of a baby, the way we did with a tooth, from thousands of kilometers away, without open heart surgery? Can we rebuild part of a kidney which has been damaged in your dialysis machine? Can our doctors, with a new technology, remove kidney stone without any intervention. Do they need to change the salinity within a kidney for the stone to melt within a few sessions? And now you understand why we tell you, volunteer. Do you want me to go to multinationals and tie your hand with research? Or do you want to do it yourself and help the others and our doctors to understand? We are not in medical practices. We are in elevation of the soul, how the soul decides to change the what we call dimension within dimension of physicality. And secondly, all these trials done by the doctors. We are providers of the knowledge. So, if you want to see if it works, if it can bring a new understanding for us, volunteer. And opposite to the other researchers or doctors and institutions where they go out and look for billions to pay scientists to find out, Keshe Foundation asks you to pay for, as volunteer, for us to learn, for scientists to bring the new dimension.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.